Good evening, everybody, and welcome back to the Mile High City. We're in Denver, Colorado with Ultimate Pool USA for the Colorado Shootout. We are already one session down on this day-long event. The last 16 is in the books, and we saw some fabulous action.
Work here is done. I think he's just doing the maths to confirm it.
Against Mr. Adam Cisneros, 6-0 in a really class match.
Ricky Evans wins a hill decider with Shane Thompson. Tom Cousins' Ultimate Pool USA debut is a victorious one.
Yeah, some magic moments, some great performances, and we are ready to rumble with our quarterfinals beginning very shortly. Stephen Jameson, Stephen White here with you, live from the Rec Room Underground here in Denver, Colorado. Good evening to you, sir.
How you doing?
What an afternoon session we had, because we saw a lot, and we saw some big performances, we saw some amazing shot making, we saw some drama as well, which is what we're sort of used to with the shootout. I'm going to put you on the spot. Who most impressed you from the last 16?
I'm going to say Ricky Evans, because of the way that match ended and the drama through that match. Somebody who's accustomed to the shot clock, the match clock, and Shane Thompson, this is comfortable to him. Ricky obviously has been here before and he's done well, but the way he controlled the match there at the end, it was really a good performance. And again, another situation where Ricky Evans is showing people, hey, this is who I am and this is what I can do. You know, look at me kind of thing.
Yeah, and he's played beautifully this morning. But a name I want to throw out there as well, Chase Stumfoll, I thought looked really good until the wheels came off a little bit when Cleve Thompson mounted a bit of a comeback. I think a little bit of a loss of concentration for Chase more than anything. But in those opening 4 frames where he ran 4-0 in front, we saw all the promise and all the hype that's around this kid is very well deserved.
Well, and I don't want to take anything away from Chase, but the continued performance of Cleve Thompson in these pressure situations in the shootout, this is why he shows up every time, because he can be back against the wall and he always comes through with a unique performance. Same thing with Sophia Mast, her first match with David. She didn't win, but hats off to her because she played really well, and it came down to the wire. And that's what this is about.
That is exactly what it's about. This is Shootout Pool at its core. So let's take a look at the bracket then. This is what we've got to look forward to and what we've already seen so far here in Colorado. Our first match up on deck will be Ricky Evans. He's taking on Tom Cousins in what will be an absolutely fabulous match to kick off the quarterfinals. We'll then see Chris Melling against Jordan Shepard in a repeat of last event's final in Kansas City. Gabe Owen will then take on Dave Matlock in a match that we'll call one for the golden oldies, shall we say, and then we'll round out the quarters with Chase Stumfoll against Justin Bergman. That is a great quarterfinal lineup.
Well, Chase Stumfoll, Justin Bergman, you know, Chase is a little bit of a giant killer. He took out Tyler Steyer in the main event of the last event, so he's got an opportunity to add to his repertoire here. He can tick that one off the box and taking down Justin Bergman in the shootout. I really like Gabe Owen and Dave Matlock because they do have that older play style, but they both come to love the Ultimate Pool USA style of shootout in the
it feels
format.
like a styles clash in a way, but they're both adapting so well to it.
They're both on the other side of the style, but they enjoy it so much, and we're going to get to see a big clash. I expect that to be a very tight, close match.
Also shot the tournament so far from Dave Matlock, do we think?
I mean, you know, when I asked him in the interview, he said, I was just winging it. But I think
I don't believe that for a second.
I think he had a little bit more of what he was doing. But let's talk a little bit about Tom Cousins as well. We're going to get to see him next, but it's the first time we've seen him on this table with these balls. It's new to him, but he looked really comfortable.
Yeah, and to be honest, it wasn't a huge surprise to me. If you are unfamiliar with Tom Cousins, you're going to be quite familiar, I think, by the end of this weekend. He's English 8 balls, current #1. He's the best player in the world, has been for a couple of years now at that particular game. It is 8 ball, but not as we know it here in the US. It's completely different equipment, conditions, and all the rest of it. But it's no surprise to see him adapt so well. He's so at home in the arena. I like in his play style too. He makes this arena like his living room. Walks around in with his slippers on, just potting in balls, not a care in the world.
We joked a little bit about that last time of this being Jordan Shepard's arena, but there's a lot of other people who want to take that title from him, and one of them is going to be Ricky Evans, who I think is going to put up a fight on Tom.
It should be a fantastic match, and the good news is, for you at home, is that match is first. Ricky Evans versus Tom Cousins is next to launch the Colorado Shootout quarterfinals.
Ultimate Pool USA presents the Ultimate Pool USA League Grand Finals. You and your team climb the leaderboards for a shot of winning the $100,000 first prize. Survive the heart-pounding formats of match and shot clocks. Deliver for your teammates when it matters most. Track your progress with Ultimate Pool Score. All roads lead to the Grand Finals in October 2025, and your chance to claim a $100,000 first prize. And because our motto is for the players, all prizes are cash payouts. Begin your journey now and sign up to your local Ultimate Pool USA League. Ultimate Pool USA, for the players.
Ray Reeves, please, table 3, Ray Reeves. William Meacham, please. William Meacham, please, top table.
We are officially away in racing then in our first match of this evening session here on the beautiful Rec Room Underground. Denver, Colorado, quarterfinal time. And Ricky Evans with one of his toughest tests that he's had as part of the Ultimate Pool USA fraternity. And it's a particularly tough test because he's walking a little bit into the unknown. He can really only control what he can do in this match. What's coming the other way from Tom Cousins is a little bit of a mystery. Ricky's very, very smart guy. He's certainly not naive when it comes to the knowledge of some of the UK players that are coming over to sample American 8-ball for the first time. So he'll be fully expecting a very tough game. This 8-ball to go 1-0 in front, and through it goes for Ricky Evans. I'd like to say Damien Ponkpenick joins me in the booth for this one. Damien, sadly to see you in the booth because it does mean that we're not going to see you in the arena tonight. But what have you made to the shootout today here in Colorado?
It's fun to watch. It's
less fun to play.
It's nerve-wracking to play. Just because of the shot clock, I'm not used to it.
Yeah.
But it's really exciting. It's fun to be out there with the lights and the fans and all of that. So I really enjoyed that part of it. And I enjoy competing in general, but if you've never played this format, it'll take some adjusting. Yeah, for sure. And well, we said it right at the very top of the show this morning, myself and Stephen. This is an Ultimate Pool USA. It prides itself on being for the players, but this shootout event is absolutely not for the players. For the spectators.
This is for the fans, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. This is all about entertainment. And that right there is a collector's item as Tom Cousins scratches the brake.
You couldn't have done that on me. Well, this is, this is the rules are a little different than what we're used to in America. And so, like here in this situation, you have to shoot. We call in the kitchen, which is behind the line. But the difference is with international rules that you guys play here, you can shoot behind the line too, right?
Any direction, yeah.
Any direction, right? So
north, east, southwest, doesn't matter. You can, as long as you're in the kitchen, you can go any direction.
Gotcha. So if I'm Ricky in this position here, I think I'm going to probably going to take stripes, maybe solids. If he makes the 6 here, he can break up the 12 and the 8 and open it up, which he's done.
That's a really well executed shot. If he's got sight of the 1 to the top right, he's in really nice shape.
I think he can get it.
Yeah, he's good.
Yeah. The cloth here is, it's still so new. The way how the balls come off the rail, it comes off really wide. And so that's just, you have to adjust and account for that too when you're playing.
Yeah, it's sliding a bit.
Yeah, yeah. But I really like the cloth. I like the speed of the cloth though. It's
quick, right?
Mm-hmm. I like that. I expect Ricky to get out here. And he has a choice. He can pot the 7 and go back across and take the 4, which I think that's what he's going to do.
Yeah, that looks like the play from here, and indeed, Ricky indulges us. Not seen a huge amount of Ricky Evans until Kansas City and then here in Colorado, but every time I've watched him play, I've been so impressed.
Yeah. I've been hearing his name come up more and more over the last probably 5 years. You know, I'm pretty involved in the pool scene here in America, and so I hear different names of up-and-coming players, and he's young, and I've heard his name come up a few times. I'm involved with a lot of the juniors, and so, you know, I know that he was coming up through the junior ranks, and now he's become a man, and he's, you know, getting out here and competing and playing in all these other tournaments. He's going to be a force to reckon with for the years to come.
What I really like about him, though, is despite his sort of relatively tender years, he's such a mature and humble player out there on the table. No ego about him whatsoever.
And, you know, young players like like him, the ones who really rise to the top, they're just fearless. Like he doesn't care that he's playing Tom Cousins right now, who's the top-ranked ultimate pool player. He just doesn't care. He just gets down and fires away.
Well, this is what I wanted to ask you, because you're in the ideal position to answer this question, because I know you played Tom earlier. So Tom's reputation for me is easy, because I'm from the UK. I do an awful lot of the Ultimate Pool UK and Europe and all the rest of it, and I've watched more of Tom Cousins than any other player, I think, over the last 3 years, because he's ran so deep so consistently. So you take a look there at Ricky's accolades, which is not small.
No.
But in terms of how you approached the match, had his reputation almost made an impression to the point where you sort of knew who he was and what to expect and all the rest of it, or was he almost coming into it a bit of an unknown for you?
I didn't think about that. I don't think about, me personally, I don't think about who I'm playing and why.
Sure,
what
that
they've
makes
done.
sense.
Unless her name's Feder Gorse, it's like I don't get that intimidated.
Sure.
Or Shane Van Boning or something like that. But I knew he plays great. I played him the other night during the 9-ball tournament here. I had my chances to win. So he plays great. But he's human. He's going to miss balls just like any of us will, right? You just have to be able to capitalize when they make those mistakes, and if you don't, you're going to get beat. That's kind of the way I look at it.
Yeah, which feels like a pretty sensible way to look at things.
Everybody misses, to some degree. Some people miss more. Some people miss less. He does a lot of things really well. He controls. He's got a very, very nice soft touch, and you can tell the way how he pockets balls. You can tell that he's playing on the English tables that are a little bit harder to actually pot the balls versus the American tables.
Yeah, it's the one thing I've noticed actually with the UK guys that have come across to play in American pool for the first time proper, is they tend to have those soft touchy shots down to a bit of a fine art, because they're so used to light balls, rapid tables, that they don't really need to even hit the ball to send it around 3 cushions. So
right.
those sort of touchy shots almost come quite natural.
Yeah.
As we see Ricky miss and open up the door for the first time for Tom Cousins.
Well, he's got I think he's going to probably pot this too and come in, kind of get into those balls. I believe that's the one up there in the top corner. And it looks like he's going to go the other route.
One thing you can absolutely set your watch by when you watch Tom Cousins play is if he has a problem, he will go into it very, very early.
I noticed when playing him, he knows how to work that shot clock. It almost came down to the last few seconds, and it didn't bother him at all.
Yeah, complete confidence and comfort with it, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I said it to Steve in the arena, and I'm sure you noticed it out there as well. He's quite a strange character in the arena, because he looks like he's wandering around his own living room with his slippers on.
Yeah.
Doesn't look like he's taking it seriously, just floats around, easygoing, gets down, plays the shot, picks his chalk up, does the next one. Almost like he's not even noticing everything that's around the table.
It's pretty, and he's pretty, as far as his personality goes, from what I gather from just being around him a couple days now, he's very, very reserved, very stoic, and so you can tell that he's like, he's very focused on what the task is at hand. He hit that good. Wanted to avoid the 9-ball here, which shouldn't be hard.
Yeah, he's played these nicely. You could see by how irritated Ricky was when he sat in his chair, because I think he
had an opportunity to go up 3-0.
Yeah, I think it feels like a big frame for Ricky.
It was a huge, that big momentum shift right there.
Yeah. Difference between 3-0 and 2-1 is a big one in a race to 6, and Tom Cousins is on the boards.
The thing I noticed too, just playing him, is that he's used to the 8-ball being spotted on the spot, so he knows how to break him a little better. And I came up dry twice on the break on him, and he made a ball every time. So every time he broke, for the most part, it was a run out. So he's, like, again, just reiterating the point that he's very confident and knows the format, knows how to do this. I think the only difference is the balls.
Yeah,
balls in the queue.
It's the equipment and the physics and all the rest of it is general. I mean, you saw it there.
Yeah.
I mean, 10 Ultimate Pool Pro titles is a crazy achievement.
Oh, yeah.
And he is very well known for having one of, if not the best break in English 8-ball. But it is a bit different because we talk about the difference in equipment, the difference in just physics of everything that he's doing. So he can't just replicate that break and bring it over as much as he'd like to, using a cue that he only got for the first time maybe 1-2 days ago. And it's very much on a lease from Chris Melling, I can tell you. Well, that is a lovely shot.
Yeah. He's got to figure out how he's going to go approach this 1-7 down in the corner here.
You can see there what I mean about how instantly he goes after his problems.
I wouldn't mind just going from the 5 into the 1 now, and then just get it out of the way, and I think that's what he's going to do.
It really wouldn't surprise me, because he's got the option to use the 2 as well if he wants to in this little sequence.
Right. I think that's what he's going to do. He has to be careful to avoid that 10 ball coming over. So he could either go forward and go into the 2 and shoot the 2 in the lower left-hand pocket, or he could. Looks like he's going to come off the rail and use the 10 as a stopper, I think.
Just glances off it. He'll take that. Might be a reroute next, but he's got options here.
Yeah. I don't know if that's exactly what he wanted to do, but it worked out. Now the key shot from here is getting onto the 7. Unless he wants to go into it now. If he doesn't go into it now, getting on 7 is going to require some work.
Yeah, there's an argument to say he may not get better on it.
No.
I think it might be the conversation he's having with himself now.
It's just the angle's somewhat steep, so it's like he has to. Yeah, so it's not gonna do it. Well, what's he planning on doing here now? I think
you can see the line he's trying to leave. I think it will be, he's going to connect here, the one to the top left, to the bottom right. So I think he'll play quite a similar shot to the one he just played on the 2 ball maybe, or he leaves the 2 for last, which would be a bit of a surprise.
Yeah, I would have done this pattern a little differently. I mean, if he's going to take the shot on this tough shot on the 7, I think he should have gone earlier. He had more options for insurance if he missed. Stay down, fall through, hit that beautifully. That's one thing I've noticed about Tom after watching him for a couple days, is he makes those shots look really easy, and they're not easy.
Yeah,
those require a lot of touch, a lot of finesse, and a lot of steadiness in your body to make sure that you stay down, you're getting through the ball, and you're not having any extra movement.
Well, it's really interesting, Damien, because I spoke to him in the arena as he knocks in the 8 ball to go 2-2. I spoke to him in the arena after his match with you, and I sort of asked him, is there anything that you're noticing is particularly different? You're having to adapt your game outside of just using a different cue and all the rest of it. It's the ways that you're going about it that are a bit different. And he said, I won't trust myself leaving a double because I just don't trust it as much as I ordinarily would. But I also feel so much more confident taking on balls down the rail, which I thought was really interesting. So that pattern there, I don't think, were we on an English table with English balls and all the rest of it, I don't think it goes that way. But he felt very confident with that 7 there that he was able to make that ball.
Yeah. I played on one of the Chinese 8-ball tables here recently, and the Joy tables, which
now we're talking.
I believe those pockets are kind of similar to what you guys have for the English tables, for the English bar tables.
Well, Chinese 8-ball is a whole different ball game, because you've probably got about the same size as English pool pockets, maybe a little bit bigger, but you've got American balls.
Yeah.
So the gap is small. The margin for error is tiny.
Yeah, but where I was going with that is the rounded pockets, shooting the balls in down the rail is next to impossible. And I almost feel like that's how it would be on the English pool tables.
Yeah, to a point.
Sneak behind you real quick. Sneak.
Yeah, it's definitely easier on the way the pockets are cut on American tables, for sure. Mm-hmm. And I think that's what he was alluding to there with his interview. As we see Ricky at the table now, an important frame this for Ricky Evans. The last time we saw him at the table, he had a chance to go 3-0 in front. It's now 2-all.
Mm-hmm. He's got one thing he could do here is he could pot the 13. I don't think he wanted to get there. I think he wanted to hold his angle so he could shoot the 10 in and clip off the 8, because that 8 there makes that pocket a little bit bigger. Then you can open up the 8-ball, have an easier shot. Now he can't really do that.
Yeah, I mean that.
Unless that 8-ball goes, I don't know. I can't. One angle looks like it goes, one angle looks like it doesn't.
Yeah, welcome to the world of being a commentator. Hey, this is. I wouldn't trust that. I think you're absolutely right. That was the plan, just to take all the guesswork out of it and just make it that bit easier. He's still going to go for it, I think.
Yeah. So now he has to make sure he's shooting away from it now. Yes.
That's such an easier shot if it's in his eye line.
Yes. Now versus shooting away. Now he's going to take the longer shot on the 9, which is fine. So that 8-ball must go in the side. Otherwise, he'd probably be a little more concerned about it now than what he's showing. Hold yourself. It's a confident stroke right there.
Well, if this goes in the side, you want to be close to it.
Does it go on the side, though? I don't know if it does.
I feel like the only way we're going to find out is wait about 20 seconds.
It does not go on the side.
I'm not sure what Ricky's trying to play there.
He was trying to draw up to get right about center table above the 8 so he could bank it backwards into the side pocket there.
He's
right where his tip is, right there is where he was kind of wanting to be.
He's a long way off it. Oh, he's looking for the kick bank.
And that's a loss of frame here in English 8-ball rules, right?
If he'd have potted the 8.
Okay.
Yeah, now it's just cue ball in hand and Tom can go about his work. But yeah, potting the cue ball by hitting the 8-ball, not the end of the world. You're probably going to lose the frame.
You're going to lose the game anyway.
Yeah, it's not an instant loss of frame. If you pot the cue ball in the act of potting the 8-ball, that is a loss of frame, which is such a heartbreaking way to lose a frame.
Yeah. The vernacular is so different between what we use versus what you guys use.
I know, and it's something I'm very aware of, and for those who are finding it particularly jarring watching in the States, I'm doing my best.
No, you're doing fine.
The difference between a screw and a draw and all it's...
Well, you keep saying frame and I say game.
And rack, and there's so many different ways to talk about
I just heard you say double, and we say bank.
Sure.
The one that, there was one that it took me a minute to figure out what you guys were talking about, was a cannon.
Yeah.
We call them a breakout. It's very straightforward.
Yeah, we use breakout as well. It's there's a few different words we got for that one. But yeah, there's a few that I really like. I love, not a phrase that's used all that much in English 8-ball, but I love the carom.
Oh yeah, we use carom.
Yeah, it's sort of lesser spotted really in there over the pond. But yeah, it's something that I really enjoy because ultimately this is what I do, is talk about sport, and I find the sort of the mechanics of the language quite interesting.
Yeah.
But I'm trying my best to be understood.
You're doing a great job. You're doing a great job. You guys are the one putting on the event, so we need to adjust to you.
Well, you're the ones hosting, so we need to. Maybe we should just meet in the middle, you know? Yeah. As Tom Cousins knocks in the 8-ball, heart of the pocket, 3-2 the lead. He was 2-0 down. He now leads 3 frames to 2, 3 racks to 2, 3 games to 2, whatever you want to call it.
Is it 3-2 or is it 2-2?
3-2.
That was a major swing there by Ricky not getting out, and then the game before that where he had the opportunity there. So
yeah, and it's the sort of, it can be a real moment. He's got to work really hard for it not to now be a real game changer.
Yeah,
the last 2 frames, because pool is such a funny game. There's no rhyme or reason why the entire momentum of the match should shift, but there's a very good chance that it will, because we see it so often happen.
It's definitely a game of swings.
Oh, I think that's the break he's looking for.
Monster break. I know. Okay, I'm just call it the way I see it. The American 8-ball break that you'll see a lot of like the top American 8-ball players play, we call it a pop and squat. So we don't crush it. I mean, we used to crush the balls really hard, you know, but now with the equipment, you don't necessarily have to. So you'll see just a nice, firm, like probably 75% speed, 70 to 75% speed, you know, stroke, and just a little pop stun. So you pop the rack, cue ball pops back and just stops, right? Pop and squat is what we call it.
It's quite similar to what Tom tried to do there.
He's crushing it.
Yeah.
And I've noticed this from watching Ultimate Pool UK. I see the cue ball go pretty loose a lot on the breaks. You know, they hit him pretty hard. Oh, he tried to cheat that pocket there to create an angle to get off the rail. And now if I'm Ricky in this position here, you have to stay composed. You have to get out. You have to run out here. You can't let this game go by, otherwise you pretty much, I don't know. The likelihood of you coming back to win this match is really tough if you don't get out here.
But this isn't a guaranteed out.
No, this is hard. But it's there. It's there. He needs to work it.
What's he thinking with the 9-ball?
He needs to get into it. I like going into the 9 here from the 11. So he's gonna pot the 10-ball here. You want to get the cue ball onto the rail, leave yourself an angle, and then you can naturally float over there and get into that ball.
Oh, he's played a poor shot there, I think.
Yeah,
I'm certainly wanted to be, with your plan, flat to the rail. I can't imagine he's wanted to end up there, but then it's such a simple shot to get there. It can't have been the plan. No, all of a sudden Ricky's in a little bit of trouble. Yes. He might go cushion first here.
He's going to go cushion first here, and he's still going to go into those balls.
Oh, that'll do. He's come up smelling of roses there.
Almost. He's got work to do here. Shooting a ball into half a pocket with that 11 ball or 13 ball. Is that 11 or is that 13? I can't tell. I'm blind.
13. Oh, he's played that beautifully.
Beautiful. Nice shot, Ricky.
Yeah, I think if you'd have offered him that before the last shot, when he was slightly hooked on the shot that he wanted to play,
right,
he'd have bitten your hand off. So these are a little awkward. He's got to go coast to coast here.
You go coast to coast, or yeah, doesn't need to go coast to coast.
Yeah, he could push through and hit the gap.
He's going to draw back for sure. Create a little angle. This one here, just nothing fancy. You can just use center ball, just float it in. Make sure you miss the 8. That's the key in the shot. Make sure that you miss the 8. That's saying you got to miss the 8.
That was the key. It looked like he tried to drag that in.
Yeah.
It looked like he was quite low on the cue ball. 15-second shot clock has now come in as well, which will change the feel of this match. Ricky's got next to no time to line this up and take it on. It's a pretty good effort, but it's not going to go. And this crucial frame that you talked about, Damien, how important it was, Ricky's not going to get there.
It's a huge momentum shift. He had it, I mean,
yeah, that's, you. I mean, sometimes the pictures just tell you everything you need to know.
Yeah.
He is fizzing.
There's a little, what we call tic-tac-toe right here.
Or a dot to dot in the UK.
Dot to dot. Here's another one. We call this one a roadmap.
Yeah, I like that, yeah. So you might know this better than me, but one that always jumps out to me, and I just accept that it's just parlance in the US. Why is it the kitchen?
I don't know. I've been calling it the kitchen since I was 14, and I couldn't tell you why.
I know it's just what it's called, right? But
yeah,
I have always wondered if there was an actual reason for it.
Yeah, that's one that's pretty universal across America, is the kitchen. In different regions, we call, you'll hear different things people call the winner of the winner's bracket. So most places you'll hear it called the hill.
Yeah.
This person has the hill. Some, where I'm at in the Pacific Northwest, people say the point. Some places you hear people say they have the hot seat.
Okay.
So it's it ranges.
Well, Tom Cousins gets a bit of a ripple from the crowd out here in Denver. And
what is have they announced what first prize is for the shootout?
I actually don't know. I think if it's the same as Kansas City, which I believe it is, I think it's a 5K winner.
Okay.
I think that's what Jordan Shepard pocketed in Kansas City.
He hit that ball, that 9 ball, just a little on the thick side. They just played the replay, and that's why he ran into that 8. Goes a little thinner, he misses it. He wishes he can get that back, but that's okay. Regroup. You're at the table. You can only control what you can control. Right now, you're in control. You're at the table, so you need to just focus on this.
The good news for Ricky Evans is we're in the shootout, and anything can happen in the shootout.
And he's got an unbelievable break right there. So he's got, more than likely, he's going to take stripes. He's got a way to get at that 9 ball coming in off that 12, off the rail. So he's got multiple options. He looks like he's going to go at it right now.
Yeah, that's a lovely shot. What do you do about the 8 here, Damien? It looks a little bit guarded.
No, you can pot the 11 down, 11 in the, depending on which angle you're looking at it, 11, 13, and then shoot the 8 inside.
So you don't want to move it. You're happy with where it is.
Well, he's going to take that option away from himself now, because he needed. If it was, me, I would have tried to go at that 14.
Yeah.
And then work your way down table. Now he has to go back and forth, back and forth. So
it's a thing we often see on a 15-second shot clock, is the patterns aren't always as crisp and pretty as they can be.
Listen, it's not that my pattern was right. It's just that's the way how I would have played it. But I don't shoot like Ricky Evans. We have different styles. Now he's in a little bit of a tough position here.
I do suspect if Ricky had 30 seconds a shot on this clearance, he might have gone around it a different way. That's a tough one.
Yeah.
What will hurt the most for Ricky is he will know he's had the chances, and that's something you can't always guarantee in these short matches.
3 games that he should have won in this match that he had the opportunity to win that he didn't win, and that's going to be the difference in the score.
Yeah, Tom Cousins 4-2 in front here, and this is the 3rd frame. He's just had clean-up work. The sorts of finishes where you just know that he just won't miss.
like going at the 5, getting on the 1, pot the 1 in the upper corner, and then the 7 side. But we all have different routes here. I'm not a huge fan of the route he chose. I don't think Tom is right either.
I just thought the same thing. Yeah, this all of a sudden's not the easiest shot. He's judged it okay. He's going to swing the cue ball around the houses a bit here to land on the 8.
I think he's going to be okay. But now, I mean, this cue ball is going to get away from him a little bit, and so he has to manipulate it. There's that soft stroke I was telling you about.
Yeah, he's held that cue ball so well. Slides it in off the thick part of the jaw. Very, very well played. This for the hill for Tom Cousins. In it goes. Well, this will be a painful defeat for Ricky Evans. He's still running in the Open, and that will be his main focus after this match.
No, he's not out of this match. He's still. I mean, it's not over, right? And so we got to give him a puncher's chance. But he's had opportunity, hasn't gotten there. So right now, if I'm in Ricky's spot, it's just in my head. I'm thinking 1 rack at a time. Just take this 1 rack at a time.
Well, he has got nothing to lose from this point either, as well.
Yeah, but
if he's going to go down, he's going to go down swinging, I feel.
You can't think about that though when you're in a deficit and your opponent's on the hill. You can't think, well, okay, I need to put a big package together to come back and win this. You just need to focus on 1 shot, 1 game at a time, and capitalize on. If you get an opportunity, you have to capitalize on it. That's really what has to go through your head.
Oh. Well, the opportunity comes immediately.
Bye-bye cue ball
for Ricky Evans. Tom Cousins gets that one all wrong, and but he did get a ton of power through the pack, so a big split.
He sent that cue ball back to Heathrow.
Yeah, that flew straight in. Weirdly, for how big a split it was, it's not an easy finish this for Ricky Evans. Why? Yeah, that was tough.
Interesting choice. That shot clock is, when you're at this 15 second, I don't.
it's brutal, isn't it?
It is very brutal.
It's brutal. It's what I mentioned in the frame before. I think it scrambles players' heads. It's what makes it great entertainment, because nothing's ever a sure thing on a 15-second shot clock.
I know it affected me. That's all I can say.
Well, you're not the first or the last. Don't worry about that, David.
All right, Ricky. Well, you've got a chance here. So
3 minutes and 15 for Ricky Evans. Needs 3.
Can he get at that? No. He's got to get at this 14 to get the 7 ball out. No.
2 tries at it. May have to leave it as a bank now.
Not a double?
No, I'm acclimatizing.
He's going to have to play the bank.
Oh, he won't get that far.
No, he was trying to get in with inside English and come 3 rails at it. He was too steep on the angle to do that.
Yeah, tough one for Ricky Evans. Yeah, I'm not sure that shot was ever truly on, in all truth.
No, he needed to manipulate it, and it's really hard to do on this with this slippery cloth.
And 2 minutes left. Tom Cousins essentially has a bit of a victory lap here. It's not too often you get to be this comfortable at the end of a shootout match.
What's the move here? Just take your time, run the clock down every...
Yeah, although I do think he's going to take the one down the rail. I think he probably feels that confident and comfortable with it. But yeah, so comfortable and confident with that clock, he's happy to wait for the beeps. He'll count them. He'll strike the ball at 2 or 1 most times.
Yeah.
something we've noticed a little bit over the years with Ultimate Pool is you can really overthink the match and shot clock, and it can get in your head and it can start to affect your performance. When you just sort of keep it simple and don't overthink it,
Right.
and it tends to help you.
Just needs to smooth this ball in, upper right-hand corner, and the cue ball naturally floats over. Rubbed its feet on the way in.
That's a very good performance from Tom Cousins. He is going to get to 6 on the scoreboard and eliminate Ricky Evans. Not the performance Ricky would have wanted to put in. He had his chances in that match, which always makes it a bit tougher to take. But Tom Cousins, on his Ultimate Pool USA debut, continues his run here in the Colorado Shootout. Damien, thanks so much for joining me in the booth. Absolute pleasure to have you. We'll let you go and enjoy the remainder of your evening.
Thank you.
And do stay with us, folks, because we'll grab a word with Tom Cousins in just a sec.
All right, guys, Ultimate Pool USA back, and what a match we have here. Stephen Wyatt joined by Mr. Adam Williams in the booth. This is, I say it has the potential to be a final because it was a final.
Yeah.
We saw this final in the Kansas City Shootout, and now quarterfinal match. One of these two gentlemen is going out, and I think Chris might be up for a little bit of revenge.
Yeah, say it's he's definitely one he wants it, but we're definitely in for a roller coaster of a match. I say it's going to be a high skill level match.
Well, we talk about Mr. Melling, and he is the reigning and defending Open champion. He has yet to win a shootout. Of course, Darren Appleton taking down the Louisiana Open, and then this gentleman sitting in the chair over there, Mr. Jordan Shepard, takes down the Kansas City Open. So I think Chris wants to add this to his list, and I think he wants it. I think he wants it.
Yeah, he's got a little different aura about him today. He's normally a bit more relaxed, but he's kind of got a pep in his step. So
doesn't he?
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting match.
Well, and he's making quick work of this rack. Yeah, and just like that, Chris making a statement. This, if you look at the time here, guys, this is 28 minutes and 36 seconds left. That rack took less than 90 seconds for Chris Melling.
Yeah, I say as soon as he broke, he sees his pan so quick, and that's pretty much it.
And that's something we've talked about a little bit. Sometimes it can be harder to find the pattern for some of the guys that come over from the UK, because reds and yellows, it's very easy to spot the pattern. Stripes and solids, it's not quite as easy. Cleve Thompson's, we've spent a lot of time with Cleve, and he's told me before that he's completely missed a ball because he just doesn't see the patterns the same.
Yeah, and so they're just not used to the colors. Obviously, Chris, with playing so much American pool, he can
see the pattern no matter what.
Super comfortable, but yeah, it's definitely an adjustment for the UK players.
And Jordan's not going to go down without a fight. This could literally be a break and run fest between the two players.
I say this has got a good chance of being a perfect match.
And the only thing that Jordan Shepard will have done wrong is lost the lag.
Right.
There's still some work to be done. This isn't the easiest rack in the world, but it should be feasible for him to finish it out.
Yeah, he's also been saying he feels a lot more comfortable with his cue. He's enjoying it, so I think he said in the KC Open he was still kind of adjusting a little bit to the cue and the reaction of it, so yeah.
Yeah, and he was barring one as well.
Yeah.
And it was kind of
and still wins.
Yeah, kind of a mismatched setup, a cue that he's not used to. Now he actually has an American cue that he's playing with that's his own. So I think the comfortability level is there. Of course, he's able to shape the tip how he wants to, get the weight right, all that stuff. So that comfortability goes a long ways. Get a little close to his work here.
Yeah, I think he's still got away with it because he's got the 2 ball in the middle. So
yeah, and the 6 ball up the table.
I still think he'll take the 1.
Just a nice little tap shot. I think I was actually with you. I thought maybe he would take the 1, but I see now that the pattern here is not as steep as I thought it would be. He can shoot the rail first on the 6 ball if he wanted to. Yeah, that's what he's going to do. And just let the cue ball float out. Maybe win an extra rail. But I think here he just wants to I don't know if you take the 7 or the 1 ball first.
Yeah, I think he's going to take the 1 ball, and then obviously he'll still be left with an angle and just come on the kind of the short side for the 8.
Same shot on the 7, yeah. And now he can just go across the table. Not as simplistic as Chris's run out, but this ball goes down, and we've got a 1-1 match when that 8 ball hits the back of the pocket. And there it is. Well, and we knew this was going to be a masterclass when we saw it on paper, and now we're watching it live, and you know the standard is very, very high.
Yeah, you've definitely got to make a ball on the break, or you might be in trouble.
Yeah, that's what will stop one of these guys from winning, I think, is just an odd break or an off-the-wall break or something like that. Maybe a cluster. So. And there you see Mr. Shepard just kind of taking it in, enjoying the situation he's in.
Yeah, he's a funny character. He's got a dry sense of humor, but he's definitely funny.
Him and Chris together are both very, very, very they're a very funny crew when you have them together, of course. We talked a little bit earlier about Jordan Shepard brought his little big brother over to America for this trip. I wanted him to experience what it's like over here, and so he's over here as well. So all 3 of them together it's a good time.
Yeah, and another European that wants to move over here.
Yeah. Well, a lot of players like the just the people and the venues that we're going to. Every venue we've been to, even the convention center, that wasn't really a venue, the people were nice. We really enjoyed that, and then doing it in the pool hall for the first time, doing it in an actual pool hall in Kansas City. I can't say enough good things about Bill at Side Pockets Blue Springs.
Yeah, I mean, America has the best pool culture in the world, 100%.
I don't have experience with that, so I can't say for sure, but maybe in the future I can take a trip over there and check it out.
Yeah, just the passion and the sheer amount of people that play. I mean, it's scary how big it is.
Well, and for somebody who's not from the USA, for you to say that tells me, a lot about the situation.
Yeah.
So,
and as you know, I've been here a long time in the US, and I say I'm an advocate for the USA. I say it's a great place to be.
Well, look at this. So Ricky Evans, of course, falling to Tom Cousins, put a stop to him, and Ricky had a good chance of going pretty far. Chris Melling and Jordan Shepard playing now. This is an interesting one next. Gabe Owen, Dave Matlock, 2 players that normally are from the generation of we don't like change. They love this change. They both love the format, and they had a lot of fun doing it.
Yeah, so I had a good conversation with Dave. He said he wished this was around 50 years ago. I'd hate to see what he was like 50 years ago, because he don't miss now. So and that's scary to think.
The last quarter on the list, Chase Stumfoll looking to add another I Beat a Pro tag. Wants to take out Justin Bergman. Of course, he has Tyler Steyer on that list.
Yeah, I say he's definitely got the mentality for it. He doesn't shy away from anything.
He loves to play, and he loves to win. Well, and we talked about this would be what causes the issue for either player, and it's just a dry break. Now, there is a situation here with the balls, and I think Chris can get out of it. He's going to have to do something with the 14-11, but he's got a pretty good layup on some balls to just get a simple touch.
Yeah, and I think he'll break it out, the 10 off the 11, just to open it up after taking this one on. So.
Yeah, I think you're right. Well, Oh, he's just going to go off the ball. That's got to be what he's going to do. It's a little scary doing that. I prefer using a little bump because I feel like it keeps the balls close to the same position.
Yeah, I think he just got a little funny on the shape. So,
but I'm not one to question Chris Melling. So they call him the magician for a reason. He can do some amazing things.
There it is.
Yeah, and he actually got a pretty good movement on all of that, so it worked out for him. This is a big shot here. Controlled it very well. He got straight though.
Yeah.
So he's going to have to like draw out of it or punch it.
Punch out. Look by the looks of it. Yeah.
Well, and you can't say enough about how good Chris Melling is. And like we talked about it, I think he's looking for a little revenge on Jordan Shepard. I'll tell you what, the potential matchup, Tom Cousins took out Damian Ponique and then Ricky Evans. And the winner of this is going to get to play Tom in the semifinals.
Yeah, which is going to be another major clash, whether it's Jordan Shepard.
Absolutely. Look at this. 2024 Louisiana Open champion, 2024 Kansas City Open champion, two-time WPF World champion. He just won the World Masters as well, so.
Yeah, he's the only Qist to win a world championship in every single discipline.
Yeah, Chris is just, he's an incredible player, and as a fan, and I can tell you this because first and foremost, I am a fan. Chris is one of the nicest guys I've ever met. You can walk up to him, you can have a conversation with him, you can have a discussion with him. He doesn't shy away from it. He's gonna talk to you genuinely, not as a pity party type thing. He really is incredible. So if you're ever at an event and Chris Melling is there, definitely go talk to him. But you might not want to talk right this second because that dry break is gonna probably give Jordan his in back into this match. You know, Jordan looks so comfortable on these tables for having not ever played on one until 2 months ago.
Yeah, that's scary to think.
An 8-ball is definitely his game. We kind of knew that time wouldn't become a factor in this match.
Yeah,
we're on rack number 5 at 20 minutes. So these racks have been averaging 2 minutes apiece.
Yeah, I think we could almost afford a 20-minute match time with these two. But
you might be able to do a race to 10 in 30 minutes with them. He's going to take his medicine here and take a longer 8-ball shot.
Yeah, he got a little funny on the 7, but the way he cues, I think he'll be okay.
There you go. Something he didn't like. The Welsh Wizard. Now back to 1 game down on Mr. Melling, and it will be his break. So we have an opportunity here to steal it back. Oh, and look at this. Here, you talk about accomplishments. Jordan Shepherd from, is it Doncaster, Wales?
No, so Doncaster's in England. Obviously, he's originated from Wales, but moved to England. So yeah, Doncaster's in Yorkshire.
Gotcha. So, and then, Ultimate Pool USA, Kansas City Shootout champion, 2-time Ultimate Pool Pro Series champion. Jordan, obviously, with an accomplishment list as well. He's a little younger than Chris, so he's had a little bit less time to rack up those accomplishments, those achievements, but I have no doubt that he'll be adding more and more and more to his portfolio here, but he's not happy with this break.
No, but his face doesn't normally tell the whole story with Jordan. He's quite often he'll not be happy, and he's
perfectly fine.
Straight out anyway. Yeah, he's he plays mind games, I think, sometimes.
Yeah, I really like him from right here. He's just got one problem ball either way he goes. So it really comes down to which problem do you want to tackle? Do you want to tackle the 12 ball that's in front of the 7?
Yeah, I think that's what he's going to go down to next. And obviously the combo at the top on the 9 and 15 is pretty easy for him.
Yeah. And I figured he wouldn't go for the solids, but Jordan's also pretty creative.
And he's missed. Wow.
Well, and if he's missed, I think he's missed good.
Yeah, he's just apologised, so I think he's hooked him. Maybe we'll see some Chris Melling magic.
Well, they call him the magician for a reason. Let's see what he can cook up. I don't really know what you're shooting for here. This is tough. Oh, he could just curve it around. That's what he's shooting for. Well,
there's still a lot to do from here, though.
You know, most magic tricks look pretty simple. Look at this shot. Just a nice little yank on the cue ball.
Oh,
smooth it around.
Just fouled as well. He's just touched the 6. So yeah, as you know, in Ultimate Pool we play all ball fouls. So any movement on anything, it's an unlucky one right there.
Yeah, and he was just trying to figure out the rest of his plan.
Yeah, he's just working out his angle. And, you know, he likes to use the rails and his cue to figure everything out. And
just a little itty bitty tap on the 6 ball. And Jordan making really quick work of this rack.
Yeah, that's a major let off for Jordan as well. Puts him back even.
And Jordan's really only mistake was the dry break and the missed ball in this rack, and Chris's real only mistake was the dry and the foul. So I feel like Chris is pretty good at putting things like that behind him.
Yeah, he's one of them. He just laughs it off, and gets back to the table and normally runs out again. He definitely finds humour in some of the mistakes. So if he gets hooked by accident, he seems to just laugh it off.
Yeah, I think this one in particular is a big one for him. So there you see Justin Bergman in the background sweating the match, getting ready to play his semifinal match against the young gun from Kansas City, Missouri. Well, look at this break. Everything is just, oh, this is disgusting. Well, this is going to be a time burner right here for sure.
Yeah, and he might be looking at potentially the 1. He might be able to get a breakout. It just depends on how aggressive he wants to be. He might be able to cut it into the 1 and break it up. There it is. Yeah. And he's
Oh,
scratched.
no. This is still a tough situation here. Look at this shot. Fired it in and just got a little bit too much draw on that cue ball. I think that may be something that some of the European players coming over here, they might struggle with a little bit more, is putting some power into it, because we've talked about it. And over there, everything is kind of tap, 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 whereas here sometimes you have to move the cue ball, and they may not be as good at the power stroke shots, other than maybe Chris, who has a lot of experience with the USA games.
Yeah, and obviously the American white ball is the same size and same weight, whereas obviously the UK it's a little smaller and lighter. So, you know, it's kind of it goes a lot wider because it's lighter. It doesn't crash into stuff and doesn't really break up and push through as much.
Yeah.
It kind of, everything's going to go a little bit wider, and we play a lot more draw versus top and side, and you know, it's definitely an adjustment, especially a judgment call. You know, if he's used to that cue ball a little bit more, he might kind of hit it a little cleaner, and it goes a little bit wider, and he comes back around.
The other thing we can't forget to mention is that a lot of these guys that come over here from the UK and they go back over there and they play ultimate pool events over there too. So they're switching games back and forth, which can, that can be tough too.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, it's definitely a difficult task to, you know, juggle two disciplines.
It's like playing tennis one weekend and playing
pickleball the next.
Pickleball the next.
Yeah.
You know, the idea is the same, but the equipment is totally different. So, great shot there by Chris. He's got a lot of work to do here. I just don't know where to start.
Yeah, I would love to give you some insight on what I think he's going to do, but I'm probably trying to play safe, but it looks like he's got something.
I kind of like playing safe behind the 11, but he's got something in mind. This is why they call him the magician. Oh, wow, what a shot. He kind of got stuck in a weird spot, but that was a really good shot there.
Yeah, he's definitely trying to force it.
Look at this right here on the replay. 3 into the 5, and he played it so well, and he just didn't get a huge reward because he's got some balls locked up still.
Yeah, it looks like he's trying to find the angle to break it out again. So
Chris is so good at knowing what ball is going to go where, when, and how far it's going to travel. He's going to hit this shot with precision on trying to break these balls out to make both balls available.
Oh,
watch the scratch. Well, this is back and forth with these crazy. This match has been wild.
Yeah, I say, and yeah, another let off for John Shepard. Can be in again.
Yeah, that's so wild the way that happened. Oh, and Jordan Shepard here wants to hold on to that shootout title that he earned in the Kansas City shootout. And he's going to inch one game closer if he can manage to finish this rack out. Oh, and he's hit it pretty well.
Yep, and he does it again. He doesn't look happy, and it rolls right in, and it's good to go, I say.
Yeah, that's great right there for Jordan. And Chris has got to be a little sick about the scratch. That was such a wild rack, and it could have gone either way. Now, Chris has two faces when he's sitting in the chair. He's either laughing about something, having a good time, smiling, or he looks super relaxed, like he just had a good meal and he's getting ready to watch his favorite movie.
Yeah, it's just another day at the office for Chris.
Yeah.
So he's so comfortable. So he's probably more comfortable on a TV table than he is on an outside table. So
I'm sure.
and this is a big break for Jordan Shaw.
Yeah, it is. And Mark Goff, our referee, doing a fantastic job. Both of our referees here are really, really good at what they do. I can't give them enough praise because they have a job that often gets forgotten about.
And as we say that, Jordan looks like he's not happy with something.
Big break. And I think he's trying to find a new spot to break from, but it just didn't work for him. So he's going to be unhappy. You'll probably see him look a little disgusted. He got a big boom, but nothing falls.
Yeah, and I think that's something different with obviously the 8-ball on the spot. I still think the pros are trying to work out kind of where to go from. You know, especially even the American players. I think they're probably the best in the world at finding out where to break from. But
yeah,
with it being kind of so new, everyone's breaking a little bit different and trying different things. It's definitely interesting to see.
You know, I've even seen some people break to the 3rd ball, not just the standard cut, but on a whole extra ball down on the rack, because everybody's just trying to play with it to find what works, and somebody will. And when they do find what works, everybody will use that particular break.
Yeah, then it'll all be the same, absolutely.
And generally, most players will do either a cut break or a head-on break with power. Well, this is pretty tic-tac-toe at this point for Chris. Rough break for Mr. Shepard.
Yeah, and it keeps swinging back and forth, and Chris has got the break again. So
and we're at 4-4, and it's Chris's break, and we are just 10 seconds away from that shot clock coming in. I thought for a second we weren't going to see the shortened shot clock at all.
Yeah, I would like to say that, you know, we might see a 6-ball shootout here, but with that 15-second shot clock in play, I definitely don't see it happening.
Yeah, not unless we have some crazy racks. Big break, ball goes down. It's still clustering. So Chris is using that sideball break, and the clusters are really tough on that far side. I thought a ball went down.
Yeah, now he broke dry. And yeah, that side break just doesn't seem to be splitting for him.
Jordan trying to work out if the solid will go up there at the top. The 6-ball past the 13. I think it's very, very tight.
Yeah, I think he's going to take the 2-ball.
He's going to have to find a way to shoot at that 6-ball. Just needs a tiny little bump or something to bump out of the way so he can get a clear line of sight to the pocket. This could get interesting here because your normal path is going to run right in the 9, 11, 14. You can draw out of it, but you're moving away from the balls that you need to shoot at. He's going to spin it a little bit and try and work out to that 4-ball, but it's not ideal because he needs some angle to work on that 6.
Yeah, I think he's just going to roll straight through on the short side and pop it over the top. So.
You think just a short roll and play the 6 in the top left?
Yeah, I think that's what he's looking at. Maybe he tried to just break it out just there.
It looked like he was trying to clip it.
Yeah.
And now I think he's on the wrong side of the 6.
Yeah, maybe he can bump off the 8. Or maybe it goes.
Well, if it goes, it is very deceiving. Wow, that's a good shot. And he really used all of the pocket there, and he used all of it intentionally. Oh.
And he did shoot that a little quicker than he normally would. I know he's on a 15-second shot clock, but quite often Jordan Shepherd will use most of it.
And you see him go down there, and he gets about 2 practice strokes in and just bobbles the 8 ball. We talked about this a little bit. As dry as it is here and the table settling, I think this table's going to tighten up over the weekend. Shot clock getting to Chris a little bit.
Yeah, he's already used his extension as well, so he'll be mindful of
that. If there was ever a match that you didn't expect to go to the possibility of a 6-ball shootout, I would think that this might be the one, but this is actually very possible.
Yeah, say it was wide open for the first couple of racks, and then all of a sudden the breaks just seemed to get a little messy and tighten up, and I think it's took longer on one rack than it did for the first 4 racks.
Yeah, and if we get another just really clustered rack like that, it's very possible that we could end up in a time situation. Chris Melling taking down rack number 5. That puts him on the hill, and we have 6 minutes and 20 seconds left. Now, generally, this is not enough time for us to see a 6-ball shootout, but you never know what happens with the break. You never know what happens with how the layout comes together, and I think we could see something depending on how these breaks go. Jordan just his sense of humor is really good.
He's got a great.
He has a lot of banter comedy with the other players. He likes to joke around and just have some fun with it. But
that's a great break.
Yeah, we've got 1 ball in a weird spot, which is the 1 ball. But I actually think
I think he'll just take stripes and put the 15 up in the corner. So everything else goes. Maybe that 14's a little headache, but I think he'll take stripes.
We've been averaging about 90 seconds a rack. At this point, we need a 3-minute rack or 2 3-minute racks to see that 6-ball shootout. But most importantly for Jordan Shepherd, he needs to win this rack, and he's gotten himself in a weird spot here.
Yeah, I think he's still on the 5, so I think he's okay. Yeah.
And the 1 ball, as deceiving as it can look on the camera, I do think that it goes.
Yeah, so that's why I was saying take stripes. I didn't think it would go past there.
When Jordan doesn't really want to be on the rail, but he's just going to take what he gets, shoot the ball into the hole. 6 ball's going to follow in the same hole. Yeah, this is great right here.
And we are heel-hill with Chris to break.
Yeah, and Chris's last 2 breaks definitely not working for him. But what more could you want than a hill-hill battle? Players give a nice little handshake. Good luck to each other.
Yeah, and I'd be interested to see if Chris switches his break up after the last 2 breaks.
Yeah, I think I think he's got to. It's a combination of, do you really want to go to a 6-ball shootout with Jordan Shepherd? Because I've seen some of his videos, and he does them pretty quick. Chris is quick himself, though, so that one would be a real coin toss.
Yeah, I just think his main concern is make a ball, so I think he will switch up, and there we go.
I need the owner of a Hyundai Tucson, the license plate CGV054.
4 minutes, 46 seconds on the clock. Big break.
And he makes the ball.
And he's got a shot on a solid, and he's got a problem with a solid. He's got a shot on a stripe, and there's a problem with a stripe. So
Yeah, and also the 8-ball's a little tied up as well. So it's not the easiest rack.
yeah, I think if he can make the 13, which I believe he can, it's going to free up that 8-ball. But the 14 is still a problem. And he'd like to be able to just move it out of the way on one of these next 2 shots. That's going to be the angle for it. He needs to get a big bump, not a small one.
Yeah, and he tries to be so precise with his bumps. It's, you can see, and he's just, so you can see where he wanted to get it. And it's definitely going to be a tough one from here.
We are under 4 minutes on the clock, almost under the 3-minute, 30-second mark.
Yeah, and we've got the potential for a safety battle here as well. It'll be interesting to see what Chris does.
Now this is tough. He could actually play this up.
Yeah, he's gonna cut it on the top left-hand pocket, and you can see what he's trying to do already.
He's going to come behind the 8-ball.
Don't.
Oh man, and this could get rough, guys. We're under 3 minutes. If this is a good safety here, he really wants to be stuck on the 8-ball. And how'd he hit it? Oh man.
Yeah, I think Jordan can see the 4-ball though, so he's got an easy out.
And now Chris is in trouble. He's going to try and throw this ball. With some spin, and it comes right back at him. So now Jordan Shepherd is going to have the opportunity here to try for the breakout. There's 2 minutes on the clock, roughly. Oh, and he missed his first attempt at the breakout.
Yeah, so he's still got an angle. He might play safe again. And we could be getting our wish.
Oh, man. I got to lean forward a little bit. We're less than 2 minutes. Could the inevitable happen?
And obviously with the international 8-ball rules, he has to make an honest attempt to try and hit the 14 as well. So
I think he's done it.
It's
just by it. So now the time is running. Jordan knows.
Yeah, it's just, does he have a ball to actually break it out right now?
He's going to play safe.
Yeah, I think he's hoping Chris. Yeah, see, that's a smart shot. Just give him another ball up there to use it as a breakout.
And what do you do here?
Do you take your extension and just try drag it out as much as you can?
And there's the foul.
Yeah.
50 seconds left on the clock. Jordan has more than enough time to finish this out.
Yeah, so if he gets on the on the 6. I think he'll be super comfortable.
Can't let the time cause any issues.
It's still a touchy shot under pressure.
Yeah, and a missed ball here would give Chris enough time to get to the table. I don't think he's going to miss it, though.
No, but...
Oh, he's got kind of a tough shot on the 8 ball.
Yeah, and he's
We're under 10 seconds. He's got to try something there.
Oh, he's just gone for it.
Oh, my goodness. We're going to a 6-ball shootout with Chris Melling and Jordan Shepard. Oh, wow.
So we had a bit of everything in that match. We've got open breaking runs, safety plays, misses, and I suppose this is the only fair way to finish it, right?
Oh, man. And the crowd is going to get to see an incredible thing here. This is a treat. We haven't seen a 6-ball shootout in 2 events worth.
Yeah,
we saw 2 in the second round. We saw 1 in the first round, 1 in the second round of Louisiana.
Yep.
We didn't see any in Kansas City, and we are all the way to the quarterfinals of the Colorado Shootout. And we're seeing our first one since then. So this is great, guys. I'll explain to you how it works a little bit. They're going to rack 6 balls up just like that. The break requires at least 1 ball to go to the rail, and it is the fastest time to clear them. Now, you can shoot anything that isn't moving as long as the cue ball isn't moving. So this is a game of tap, 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 tap.
Yeah, and it's...
You want the cue ball to move as little as possible. The break is so important.
Yeah, and then just another rule on this as well. The players can't check the rack in the regular, shootout, but with the 6-ball shootout, the players can come and look at the rack.
And they do get 1 opportunity to change the rack, and I do believe they have to accept it from there. Is that correct?
Yes. Which is a nice touch, because obviously, with it being and everything coming down to it, and it's a certain type of break.
Yeah, and Chris just double checking. I get 1 re-rack, and I believe that was confirmed. We'll find out here in just a second. And the referees do their best in this situation to ensure that every single ball is touching.
Yeah, so it's see, as you know here, he's getting the other ones just to get it tight and maybe potentially pull it away.
Yeah, now and here's something really nice. We're getting to see some of the best players that do this 6-ball shootout do it. So the rack is so important. Chris wants to make sure it's right, and of course our referee Mark Goff is wanting to ensure that the players get the best opportunity to play the 6-ball shootout the right way.
Yeah, I know. It's what I love the fact that he's taken so long on it, and he's trying as many ways as he can to get it perfect.
Yeah, he doesn't want to just throw it up there, yeah,
I say we've seen that so many times at so many events. It's it's
Jordan and Chris here having a little talk across the arena.
Yeah, Jordan's probably making a comment saying I'll rack it for you or something along those lines.
We've seen several 6-ball shootouts in Louisiana. The very first match that Ultimate Pool USA ever did was Cleve Thompson and Tyler Steyer. Yeah. That match went 4-4, forced to a shootout.
Yeah, so if you want to know what the Ultimate Pool 6-ball shootout and the shootout format is about, I say that's a game to watch, because you get everything that the whole thing's about. It's great.
Tyler Steyer, of course, put up a time of, I believe, 25.66, I believe. Maybe wrong. But Cleve Thompson, unfortunately, was not able to get under that. We've also seen Corey Deuel and Shane Thompson do the 6-ball shootout. Here it goes, guys. This is going to go fast. Keep your eyes on it. Watch Chris move around the table. He's got a pretty good break here. 2 ball down. He's going to take the 4. He wants to hold for the 1, just stop shots.
And this is going to be a good time if he doesn't miss.
Yeah, cue ball's moving a little more than he wants it to.
Yeah, and he's got a little funny on this as well.
And the cue ball's going to have to move even more here. He needs for it to stop. We'll get it
to stop.
We'll get an official time, but it looks like we're right around the 24-second mark, but we'll get an official time. So what you saw on the screen may not be the exact official time. They're going to go back, they're going to scrutinize it and make sure they get it down to the dot, because this can be a game of milliseconds.
Yeah, as said, so yeah, they'll rewind it and they'll get it down to the millisecond, because as you know, we could see a 24 seconds point, and it all comes down to that. I say, and I believe Jordan Shepard's got a really good record in the 6-ball shootout, but Chris Mellon's put a lot of pressure on him there.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be the fastest time that we've seen in Ultimate Pool USA. So current standing, Chris Melling is going to hold that record for USA at whatever time he posts, as long as it's under 25.66.
Yeah, again, the referee's making sure he's getting the best rap possible.
And while Mr. Mark Goff is getting those balls racked up.
And he sums up Jordan's mentality. He asked him if he wanted to look at it. He said, don't even worry about it, let's go. So he's ready to get it.
The time to beat, 24.16 seconds, and Jordan comes with a big break here.
Yeah, that's
very quick. The cue ball's moving, probably more than he wants it to.
Yeah, but it's a pretty good layout for him. It's going to be a close one.
Oh, and this shot here is going to be a tough one.
And I think he's got it if he manages to hold this cue ball. I think he's got about 3 seconds left. 23.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Look at that. Jordan celebrating like crazy. What a finish. It's got to be under a second. And wow, Jordan Shepard, we're going to talk to him right after the break. Congratulations to him. Wow.
Looks like Jordan Shepard got his running shoes on today.
Ultimate Pool USA presents the Ultimate Pool USA League Grand Finals. You and your team climb the leaderboards for a shot of winning the $100,000 first prize. Survive the heart-pounding formats of match and shot clocks. Deliver for your teammates when it matters most. Track your progress with Ultimate Pool Score. All roads lead to the Grand Finals in October 2025, and your chance to claim a $100,000 first prize. And because our motto is for the players, all prizes are cash payouts. Begin your journey now and sign up to your local Ultimate Pool USA League. Ultimate Pool USA, for the players.
Welcome back in to the Colorado Arena. We've just about plonked Jordan Shepherd out the ceiling after that victory. Sheffy, talk us through that feeling, because those don't come along all the time, and that looked like it meant a lot.
Just pure relief, that's all. Obviously, like, me and Chris get on great, you know. But the chances I chucked away, I just felt this all this way, and then to like make them mistakes was playing on my mind a lot, to be honest. And just like relief at the end, obviously, just to get. He didn't set a great score, and I thought that's very beatable. But obviously with the pressure, a few people watching and stuff, you know.
There was more than a few people watching, yeah, I can tell you.
And obviously I don't want to stop playing tonight, so I just thought just don't do nothing stupid, you know.
Yeah, and well, a couple of things to ask you. I want to ask you about the sort of the bad stuff first, because we'll get that out of the way.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask about the end of the match in particular. Regular time, you had about 11 seconds, I reckon, to pot that 8 ball.
Yeah.
What was going through your mind? Because obviously, I don't think you were where you wanted to be, first of all.
Yeah.
But once you're in that position, what was the thought process? Because there must have been loads of things going through your mind, all in about the space of about 5 seconds.
Yeah, there was. Yeah, I didn't want to pot the 8 and then going off, because like obviously I'm not 100% sure with the angles yet, so I didn't want to pot the 8 going off and give Chris the match. But with obviously the timer, just a free dig really at the double or the treble. Obviously I got neither of them, but then I played a bad shot, to be honest. I potted the ball in the corner. All I have to do is land there, and I've won, and I landed a bit fiddly, and just apologise to Chris as well for the kangaroo jump at the end, but he knows I mean no harm from it, so yeah, just delighted to get through, really.
Yeah, and I wanted to ask you about the 6-ball shootout. Got used to saying that one, because obviously we're used to 6 reds. You actually haven't done a load of 6 red shootouts because you play so quick. It's not often you see the end of a match clock, but you're obviously a very, very quick player. But it is a different sort of shootout, isn't it? Because the physics are so different, the balls in the pockets and everything. So we don't really know what is a brilliant time yet in the US 6-ball shootout. But how confident were you coming to the table second with 24 to beat?
I was confident, but it was one of them I thought, if I play one bad shot here, I'm done.
Yeah.
So, but I had a few goals at it the other night at the different club, and I knocked a couple of 23s in. So when I see him hit 24, I thought, that's all right.
So I just thought, don't make a mistake and I'll be okay.
I know I can beat this one, yeah. And I had a good break, and they were literally all together in the middle, and just run around like a madman, really potting everything. But yeah, just delighted to get through. Like I said it about 5 times now. Sorry to repeat myself, but
it's nice to hear, mate. It's one of those things, isn't it? It's an invitational event. It's a fun event in a lot of ways, but for you top boys, this is another tournament to be won, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Obviously, like I don't want to lose any match I play, but especially when you travel like 4,500 miles. It was one of them. I was thinking, if I lose this now, I'm just going to be sat there watching the end of this, and it'll eat me up a little bit.
Yeah.
But a massive win against Chris, obviously, is his knowledge of the balls, especially, and like especially 8-ball as well. But the American balls, he's favourite against me for definite. So to get a win over him obviously is a nice feeling, you know.
Right, 2 for 2 now. I'm sure you won't be telling him about that later on. But congratulations, Sheppy. We'll see you in the semis a little bit later on, where you've got another familiar foe.
Yeah, another one. Yeah, a bit mad really. Like
You two have had your battles down the years.
Yeah, the way the draw panned out. Obviously, we were all in the top half. Old Cleve on his own on the bottom, fighting for a slot. But yeah, and the good thing is obviously there's going to be a Brit in the final, which is obviously we're all other side of the world, so like we're all pally anyway, you know. So.
Well, great stuff, Sheppy. Cannot wait for that
Thank you very
semi-final.
much.
I'm really looking forward for our next set of quarters as well. We're going to throw it back now. It's a bit of an era's clash. As Dave Matlock takes the table with Gabe Owen. That's next.
My brake tip is completely different from everything that is on the market. Combines the qualities of like a playing tip with a super powerful tip. It's like a tip on the steroids. You can open with less power and still have spin and split the pack perfectly, but you can go for the power braking and you still have control. You just need to know how to do it. A lot of players that they told me that because they use so less power on braking, they can focus on accuracy and the rack always splits the way they want. And because they are not using the power, they keep that accuracy and its reliability. I believe that when you're going to buy something, you need to believe on it and buy it perfectly. And on my side, what I believe is if I'm going to offer you something, it needs to be better than I was expecting before buying itself. The increases, it's fantastic, it's super good. And they are consistent, they still have power or more power than the normal tips, and they last. And that's what I want. It really feeds me on. When people say thanks and they like the product and they are happy, I feel joy to myself. It's not really just proud, it's just joy. I feel happy.
And welcome back, guys. That was an intense situation with the 6-ball shootout between Chris Melling and Jordan Shepherd. Jordan just barely squeaking by the win. And that was really fun to watch. We've got a very good match here. Gabe Owen and David Matlock. This is kind of a clash of the older generation playing the newer style of 8-ball. And Dave Matlock with the break. Let's see what happens here. A break. Needs a ball down. Got it. Dave Matlock has an opportunity here to start off strong against Gabe Owen. And once again, Stephen White here, and we got somebody special in here, the resident Dave Matlock. I'm going to call you connoisseur. I mean, this is Mr. Nate Kane, very familiar with both of these players, as a matter of fact. So he's a good one to get some insight for. Nate, how you been so far, man?
Good. Busy. Another great event going here for Ultimate Pool. So, yeah, excited to see Dave and Gabe go at it here. Like I said, it's mentioned during Chase's match there in Cleve that this could have been in the 90s or the early 2000s.
What's funny is these are two guys that are from the era of kind of a we don't like change, and they're playing a version of 8-ball that is it's pretty changed from what it usually is, but they both enjoy it, so it's fun to watch.
Yeah, especially, I mean, Gabe's he's a few hours away from me here, but I mean, Dave's local to me, and he has really been enjoying the format. He, like I kind of mentioned already earlier on a different stream, he just said, one of the biggest compliments we got after the Kansas City Open, he said, if this wasn't the best sprint tournament I've ever been a part of, it's up there. And the man's entered, I don't know, 9 million tournaments. So
yeah, well, that's a testament to the format, to the people involved. Neil Toms is probably one of the best tournament directors I've ever been in contact with. He does a flawless job. Another name that you might not know, that he doesn't get the recognition that he probably deserves, is Neil. So if you happen to see him here, give him a shout, because he really is a super guy. Oh, what a interesting shot that was. Let's see what Gabe Owen can do at the table.
Yeah, it was good kick attempt there from Dave, and the 9-ball got into optimal position there for him if he didn't make it. So Gabe definitely has some work to do. Oh, Gabe the Babe, kind of a last-minute entry into the tournament here, and stroke of luck got him in the shootout when Joey Gray was sick, unfortunately. So I know Gabe has been playing an awful lot. He definitely looking in old form. He's especially one pocket right now. He is he's killer at that. He got a good angle here on that too to go ahead and maybe try to swing into that 8-6. Who knows?
Oh, and that's a big shot there. He needed a little bit more, I think. What do you see here? How do you get out of this one?
You know, just depends on how good it is lined up here. He might just try to get straight in on that and maybe hit the kind of draw shot on the 6 and follow it in with the 9 if he can have an angle there. Doesn't look like he has a great angle to come into it right now and try to play a breakout. Could possibly just pocket this and take the angle on the 5 and roll down and break it out. Yeah, it does look like that 9's a little bit too off to try the follow-in shot there. I always hate breaking out the last ball I'm trying to shoot. I'd like to have a safety ball in case the breakout doesn't go as planned.
You know, there's always a possibility that he could play it with the forward shot. You make the 9-ball with the 6, and the 6 kind of stays there, and your cue ball comes in and bumps it. But it's a very risky shot, because if he misses, he's giving up the game.
Just rolling down for the bank, it looks like. There you go. Still going to take even if he drills this bank, I mean, I assume he's going to bank it back to the corner here. He might try the side for position, but he's got to hit a good shot to get position on that 8 off this bank. does kind of lay natural to go 3 rails around for it. Looks like he is going for it. Oh, he's able to hold it. That was a good shot. Great shot. From our vantage point, it looked like there was too much angle to hold that ball that well, and he really killed that one nice.
Yeah, played it well. Still has a little work to do here. This is not the easiest 8-ball he's ever laid down on, so. But a good shot nonetheless. Long first rack, very interesting, especially with the format that we're using. It is time is not on your side at all.
Yeah.
In most cases, as we saw with Chris and Jordan just a minute ago, that was a fantastic match. That's going to go down as the match of the tournament. You know what I really like to see here is you got Justin Bergman in the background watching the match. He watched the shootout, and I was sitting there watching the interview with Stephen Jameson and Jordan, and Justin Bergman taps me on the shoulder and says, "That was intense."
Yeah.
I said, "Yeah, man, it really is." So
yeah, I was a little bit jealous. Part of the other things I have here is is a referee job as well. So I was out on the floor refereeing, so I couldn't watch the shootout there, but you could still feel it throughout the room. Everybody knew what was going on, and it was quite intense even at the other end of the floor here, 20 tables away. So, and of course that's, two good guys very familiar with that format here. They've done a fair amount of 6-ball shootouts in their time, so.
Absolute monster break here. Is he going to get an opportunity to make something come of it?
Yeah, with the spot of that, I figure with the 11-ball where it's at, he's going to want to take solids here, and as long as he can address that 3-7, and the 7 does look like it goes in the corner. Kind of felt a little funny right here on the very first shot off the bat. Yeah, 4 goes, but he's flirting with that 8 and should be able to spin off the top of it and not make it, you'd think, here, but glad he's shooting it and not me. He didn't quite spin off the top of it. He rolled it, but he knew where it was going. So that was a great shot to get back in line, shape on the 7 here.
That was a knowledgeable shot in knowing the reaction of everything and planning for it. That just goes to show you what Gabe Owen is about. He's a very, very smart man when it comes to this pool table.
Oh, commentator's curse there.
I'm just going to sit over here silently so nobody else misses. That's absolutely brutal.
Yeah, I mean, thinking that 7 was a little tougher. It didn't necessarily have just the obvious. Definitely can make it look like it's spinning in a little bit past that 3 and just kind of threw it out of there a little bit. But Dave still has some work to do. Looks like he's got a good angle to try to address that 11 ball right now. Great shot. Just hope he falls on something there. It's always the plight of a breakout. Excuse me. Doesn't look like he fell on much.
Can he get the bank on the 11?
Possibly.
That's a tough one.
If there's something offensive, I guarantee you Dave's taking it. So you're trying anyway. But yeah, it looked like that one had him a little bit there.
That's a tough shot, and Gabe Owen going to be happy to get back to the table after that missed 7 ball.
Yeah, really good chance to go ahead and steal this rack after missing the ball there. And opening shot looks like it's the toughest. And we might try to take this and fall on the 2 now. Oh, no. There you go.
And probably didn't want that second ball to fall, but I think he's going to be okay.
Yeah. I mean, looks like he might run in the 15. 15 could cause a little trouble here, but he might be able to draw in between the 15-8 off this shot. The angle's not the greatest to tell that, but making some great shots here. Good shot making by Gabe. It just keeps getting tougher and tougher, but he does have a shot here, so it's. And I'd venture these two are probably very familiar with each other. Gabe's a mainstay at the Midwest 9-ball tournament tour that we have in Shooters in Olathe. Of course, Dave's always at. That's his homeroom where he's the house pro essentially. So I imagine this is upward in the 20th, 30th time these two have played each other over the years. So. Tough shot here, but I consider him the favorite to make it. There we go. Maybe I'll just stick it. I didn't get the commentator's curse there, Steven. So
that's why I'm still quiet. Well, this is kind of what I expected. We've seen some incredible shots and some very creative shots. Maybe a little luck,
yeah,
here and there, but Gabe and Matlock both playing very well.
It's probably got to be up there on the longest rack of the day. Almost 10 minutes for the 2 racks. Or no, 10 minutes and 2 racks, so 5 apiece. Not too bad.
And Gabe Owen with a little lead here with 10 minutes gone. I wonder how either of these two would fare in a 6-ball shootout.
Yeah.
I think it'd be interesting to see. I wonder if there's a disadvantage for being taller versus shorter like Jordan and Chris over like Cleve and Gabe.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. You figure they could probably reach a lot of shots and not have to run and get the exact position on it, but
you know, might take them a little longer to get there.
Yeah, true. I don't know if Dave's practiced it much, but we threw a little 6-ball shootout, not a 6-ball shootout, but like a shootout style tournament in Kansas City, and Dave found definitely his old bar box champion of the world stroke and just kind of ran over a very tough field I had in Kansas City, and it was a joy to watch. He really enjoyed the format again, and like I said, we missed out on any of the 6-ball shootouts, but.
Well, and this is probably not what he wanted. Oh.
Yeah, looks pretty steep angle to try to cut that, but looking at the kick here.
Yeah, I don't know if I like the kick.
I don't either. That 10's kind of an awkward spot for that. I'm going to have to spin it down with 2 rails on the kick, I think.
Dave's a bar box champion for a reason, so let's find out.
At 1 rail, I'm not sure here.
I think he's going 2 with some spin. What a shot.
What a shot there.
And he's going to get a little bit of shape here. And I think he's safe from the scratch as well, so that was a well-played shot there. Rack number 3 is going to go to Mr. Matlock, and now it's 2-1. We're right around that 18-minute mark.
All my league players back home are probably going crazy because one thing they always hear from me is never kick at a ball you can see, and they're like, well, he did it, and then I always tell them, well, start playing as good as he does, and you can do whatever you want. So,
well, look at this Ultimate Pool USA Best. He was a Kansas City Shootout quarterfinalist. If he wins this here, he'll bump that up at least 1 level. But Olathe, Kansas is where he calls home. 2005 Derby City Classic Banks champion, 1980s Bar Table Player of the Decade.
Yeah.
That's a heck of an accomplishment there. It's cool being called, you know, the best player of the year, or even the best player of a number of years, but being called the best player of a decade.
Yeah, we
That's
would.
something else.
Always been the good joke with the locals there. We say, hey, let's put the old big mud ball on the table, the big cue ball, and see who can hang with Matlock on that one. He'd probably be the tournament favorite if we played with that ball.
Yeah, that doesn't sound fun. And at least not for me. I like winning, and that's a tough win right there.
Yeah.
You win that, it's going to be tough.
He can literally defy physics with that ball. See, should be, yeah, Ford looks like it does go past that 11, which will just naturally get that 7 out of there for him. Don't think anybody would want stripes on this rack here. So.
Yeah, this all looks pretty.
Oh, I guess he did take stripes. I'm sorry, I missed the first shot of the rack there. My fault.
But it all looks pretty natural to an extent. Obviously, there's some issues, but it all looks pretty natural to work at. I think he's going to bank at the 13 here and just try and pull the cue ball over a little bit.
Yeah, and he can either play the 12 all the way up the rail and make the 11 and try to leave that in the pocket, or just shoot the 3-ball combo there and with some speed and get the 12 toward the other corner pocket possibly.
Well, Gabe must have been looking at that bio of David Matlock and seen that Derby City Banks champion and said, hey, I know how to bank too.
Yes, sir. And Gabe's no stranger to what Dave can do on the bar box, so he knows to try to keep the hammer down while he's got this lead and front run on Dave here.
It's always cool to see these guys who haven't been around for a while, or haven't been in the spotlight at least for a while, get back out there and jump in. Obviously, David plays a lot of tournaments, but you haven't seen him play anything, on the large scale of things in a while, and this is something he really enjoys. Gabe too, and then of course Justin Bergman. A lot of people thought that we might not ever see Bergman playing again, and to see him here at Ultimate Pool for his second event, it's really something cool. Yeah,
he's kind of another one that really enjoyed our format and our events, and he kind of took the chance with Kansas City just being a short drive down the road from him where he's from there on the other side of the state and Illinois border, and said he enjoyed it and was able to sign up again, come play this one, and hopefully we'll see him in our future events. And Justin Bergman playing pool is nothing but good for American pool, so it's something most Americans are very, very excited to see. So, and he looks in good form early in the tournament as well.
Yeah, and really this is just kind of in a sense, this is almost kind of like a warm-up for these guys, because they get to play the shootout, they get to play on the TV table and at least get an opportunity to hit a ball on it. The Open, all of these guys are in the Open, so we're probably going to see more of quite a few of them.
Yeah, look, I think Justin made pretty quick work of his Open match too, if I remember right. I only saw a few racks of it, but
yeah, Justin played very, very well against Adam Cisneros, who's a local player here, plays really good. But boy, when it was going wrong for Adam, and Justin won 6-0, I believe. So Matlock here looking to tie this one up.
Yeah, kind of a gift there. You kind of expected Gabe to get out, and he kind of felt funny on the ball before that shot, and a little unlucky really to freeze to the 4 like he did.
I'll tell you, unless we have just some tic-tac-toe racks, we're 4 racks in and we're about to be tied 2-2, and they're about to do a race to 4 with right around 13 minutes left. That's not a lot of time.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to get to 6, and we'll see. Like I said, unless they start breaking a little better and getting everything wide open, but which is a possibility with these two. It only takes once they solve it, they've solved it. So it's.
Yeah, you'd have to see. Well, you'd have to see 8 wide open breaks, because if anything comes into a safety battle, it's going to get in trouble. Speaking of in trouble, this is a weird area. He's going to cut it, and it looks like he's going to yank it. You can see a nice big stroke here. Yank that ball over to the side rail to keep it from scratching. Watch out, cue ball, and you're good.
Yeah, it's a great shot.
It's one of those shots that you can play that 5 times, and you'll probably never go the same route each time because you're elevated.
Yeah.
There's always a possibility of that scratch. It's a scary shot.
And 4 out of 5 times, I'm either going to miss it or find that side pocket. So
Yeah. A lot of times I miss it and find the side pocket.
That's true.
But interesting match here. And what would it be to see back-to-back?
It would be nice. Yeah,
back-to-back shootouts.
We missed it in Kansas City. We didn't get a single one, so hopefully Denver makes up for it here. So,
we've talked about it, me and JMO. It's not something the players necessarily enjoy, but as a fan, as a spectator, wow, that's that's what I want to see. Ball off the table. And if you're unfamiliar with the rules of International 8-Ball, Gabe now has ball in hand anywhere on the table. Because the cue ball came off the table, it does not have to stay behind what we call the kitchen line or the head string.
It's actually a rule in the league play that we're doing, across the country here. It's people are really enjoying that rule because kind of how I explain it is that jumping the cue ball off the table is usually always the player's fault. So it's much more of a penalty if you do that, to where a lot of times it's just bad luck if you get kicked into a pocket or whatever. So it's not quite as harsh of a penalty, but
extra penalty for kind of a user error situation.
Exactly. And a lot of our league players have really liked that.
That's something that me and Adam were talking about it earlier. It's something that I really enjoy, is that not counting what we're seeing right now, because the shootout has its own very special rules. There's a few things in there that are different, but when you come to play an Ultimate Pool USA event and you're playing in the main event or the ladies or the juniors, all the rules are 1,000% consistent. If you play on the TV table, you'll play by these rules. If you play in the junior division on the outside tables, it's the same rules. So I really like the fact that nothing changes when it comes to the rules tournament to tournament. It's something that's always been a kind of an issue in America, is just the harsh reality of different rules every weekend.
Right. Yeah, it's tough.
So it's nice to see that we have a very strict set of rules, and even though there's some that we don't necessarily agree with, we're not going to change them because we want everything to be consistent.
Yeah, it's also just fun because it's just the whole rule set just increases the pace of 8-ball racks. It makes it a lot more interesting as a player, as a spectator, everything. Yeah, man, he was just completely tree-topped over that ball. He was kind of 2 shots before that he got tree-topped, and that's what got him out of line to where he was even in this position in the first place. So, but yeah, kind of speaking a little bit about the league play and things like that is, we're here in the Denver area. We're kind of definitely promoting the leagues and want you guys to get a chance to play your own. The shootout is kind of similar to the league rules in that at least it's 30 minutes. There's a couple of different special ones there, but if you're interested in the Ultimate Pool League at all in the Denver area, please come out. We've got the league operator Greg here and several other league operators from across the country. If you guys have questions, come and talk to us. Also, we are launched all across the country, and we do have half-session signups on October 14th. So if you are interested to play that, please hit up, find your local league area, which several of the graphics on the stream have showed you how to do that. And if you don't have it in your area, please reach out to us as well. We're adding areas pretty much weekly right now.
Yeah, we want Ultimate Pool USA to be across the USA.
Yes.
And if it's not offered in your area, we can definitely make that happen for you. Because, again, this is a league that not only is for the players, but it's fair across the board, and that's what I love about it. The payouts are going to be incredible. You brought up a good point there. We have Kennedy Mayman here. She's the league operator for Minnesota area.
Yeah.
We have Jeff Goodman, who's from the East Texas area. We have you yourself from the Kansas City area.
Yeah.
Greg from Denver. Who else? We have quite a few.
Yeah, we've got Brett Snowden, which is from the St. Louis area. That's one. And we've got also Lamar Clax here playing, and he helps out with a couple different areas of Louisiana and Texas. So, yeah, a lot of our league operators love to come play this event because we unfortunately can't play the handicap versions of it. So this is our chance to play Ultimate Pool and the rules, and it's a lot of fun. So we But we'll have some formats coming out we can play, kind of like non-handicap divisions and stuff like that. I'm looking forward to.
Well, I'll tell you, as the commentator, I am allowed to play League, and I tell you, it's fun. This is such a great look here. Look at the travel that Jordan Shepherd has had. I mean, he's had some tough matches to get where he is against Tom Cousins, but we're going to see either Gabe Owen or Dave Matlock play the winner of Chase Stumfoll and Justin Bergman. This is really turning out to be an incredible shootout. Gabe Owen here to break. Oh man! Now they're sharing fouls here.
And of course, looking at that bracket there, my Missouri boy Hart's pretty happy because we've got, I think it was 5 out of the 6 people left or 7 people left within a 3-hour drive of Kansas City there. We got Chase, who's from the Kansas City area, Justin and Ricky, who are from the St. Louis area, Dave, of course, from Kansas City, and Gabe from Oklahoma, about 3 hours away from us. So well represented here. So
Ricky Evans took a very tough loss to Tom Cousins, who's playing incredible. But
sorry, I forgot that one was already over. But
oh no! Hey, it happens. It's kind of been a long week for us here, Nate. We've been here for a couple days, and
it's day one.
We've had fun. But this is day 1 for you guys. This is probably day 5 or 6 for some of us. But it is so much fun to watch these events. It's literally one of my favorite things to do is to go to work. So can't beat that.
Man, against overrolled that just slightly here. He's going to come with one of those.
Oh no. That's a tough foul there, and Gabe Owen with an opportunity to get it back. I tell you what, though, talking about League, I played the test session. My team back home actually took first place. I was very excited for them. There's so many different strategies to the handicapping system. The one thing I noticed, and it's always been my biggest complaint, is can you sandbag and win the whole thing? And I truly believe that the answer is no, because it's been a problem across America for so long. It's very difficult to win the league and not play to your best ability.
Yeah, and we have a lot of fail-safes in there too. I mean, as we know, people are always going to try to work the system, but we've got review boards, we've got flag systems. There are a lot of things there to try to catch any of that stuff that's going on. And also we have a lot of requirements to where you can't just win one session and then not do well the preceding sessions after that to kind of, we've all kind of been part of that and seen league players do that every once in a while, unfortunately. But yeah, once you get qualified, you've got to stay at the top of your division there, top half of your division, keep your qualification. So I think that's a big piece that kind of helps out with that.
Hey, you must maintain.
Yep, absolutely.
But it's really is a lot of fun because the test session, my first match in league, I lost. I got beat by the handicap, and it changed how we did our lineups for the rest of the session, and we ended up coming back and winning. We took a tough loss in our first week, so it's a lot of fun, and the format is really a blast to play, and it's stressful, and it's that fun stress. It's the I'm so close type of thing. I used to not be excited about league, and now I'm kind of upset because my team played last night and I can't be there for them. I literally sat down on the app and I'm watching their scores as they're playing because I want to keep up with how they're doing.
So they win all 5 with you not bogging them down? Or?
yeah, close to it.
Right. That's a really good, just a quick break from the league talk here. That was great out by Gabe. He definitely navigated that and picked up his pace a little bit there with the 15-second shot clock. So,
and a little bit about Gabe Owen. Of course, you talked about it. Wichita, Kansas is his hometown. 2004 U.S. Open 9-ball champion, as well as the 2008 Derby City Classic 1-pocket champion. So both players playing, having some good success at Derby City, but their best, both of them, is the Kansas City Shootout quarterfinals. So one of them is looking to bump that up a notch, and it could be Dave here if he gets a good break.
Yeah, it's kind of leaning here where they'll probably each get a shot at breaking and running and maybe getting that shootout we're begging for. But who knows? Who knows? 6 minutes is a lot of time at this format still, and so.
Well, and the shootout again. When you hear about it, you think about it. You think people are just running around the table, flying across the table, but it's really more about precision and control of the cue ball, and both of these guys are pretty good at that. So.
And neither one of them need a perfect cue ball to get out or make a good shot, and that's what's also good about it too. It's, as we've seen, Matlock probably have the single shot of the tournament so far against young Sophia there.
Oh man,
that was quite incredible offhanded. And then the shot after it was pretty impressive as well.
Yeah, and I tell you what, Sophia had a great showing.
She did.
It really came down to the wire, down to that last shot, and could have changed the tide on everything. So
really didn't expect him to hit that with that much pace. It's in that 11 down there, but he still should be all right.
It seems like maybe the clock is starting to get to him a little bit. He's making a few little mistakes. I believe both players still have their extension, of course, so he can use that extension if he needs to avoid that shot clock. But he says, no, I'm just going to make it and get workable shape.
Yeah, it's going to have to come with one here. But
didn't we just see him make this kick shot?
Yeah,
maybe a little harder
tougher
now.
Spot this time. Yeah,
maybe a little harder now. Oh, and he doesn't have much time. Oh my goodness! David Matlock is a walking highlight reel in this shootout.
It's fun to see. We're Gabe there giving him a little clap of appreciation. It's just when we think he can't top a shot, he just hits another one there.
Wow, the talk's got to be that Jordan Shepard 6-ball shootout against Chris Melling, and how incredible Dave Matlock is shooting. That was a really incredible shot. It was a lot of fun to watch. I didn't know if it would go.
Yeah, I didn't know either. And he was confident on it, and he fired it in. And
wow, this is a lot of fun, guys. If I sound like I'm having a good time, it's because I am.
Got to give a shout out to Dave's better half right there behind Gabe, sitting next to the guy in the red shirt. That's Miss Peggy Matlock. They've been married for many, many years, and she is a very, very good pool player in her own right. She actually is taking the Ultimate Pool League leap and playing in one of my divisions on the Kansas side there out of the Nexus side pockets, and it's been a joy to have. Definitely, they took a leap. Her team from a different league format they played for many years. They want to try something different, and they're actually loving it. It's been fun to watch them adapt to it. So she said the 30-second shot clock, she can't get used to it, but she's 3 weeks in, she's already gotten used to it and figured it out. So,
well, and Gabe here having to take a look at what was available, and he's going to let that clock run down, which is a little scary. But 4 minutes on the clock. And what Gabe needs to do here is simply take his time within the time. Mm-hmm. You can't rush because the time limit is a thing. You need to take your time and measure up and do what you got to do. Do your due diligence to get out here. Because this rack is the most important rack of this match so far.
Definitely one of those things. No matter what you do here, just get out. Whether the time is, you can't win down one. So it's, but yeah, definitely needs to be cognizant of that clock and try not to leave a ton on there. And with it being Dave's break next.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to rush because the clock is running. So that's what I mean by take your time within the time. You have 15 seconds. If your next shot you know is going to be tough, take 12 on that one, but don't over-rush yourself. It's a fine line, and Gabe's done really well at navigating it here. Should be able to just make the 12 on the side after he makes the 13. And we're going to be right around the 2.5 minutes in the match mark after Gabe gets out here, as long as he does.
Oh, there you go with that curse again, Steven. I do fancy him to get out from here, though, so it's...
Oh, that's a great shot.
Yeah, really.
These guys really just trading good shots here.
Yeah, he got a lot of work. Got a lot of juice on that cue ball and really moved it, perfect shape there. That wasn't. He made that look easy. There was really nothing easy about that shot at all.
Yeah, well, we look here at our time. It is now tied 4-4, and the clock has stopped at 2 minutes and 13 seconds. Two things could happen here. Well, there's a lot of things that could happen here, but the two that I'm seeing in my head is we have a good break, a ball made, or a ball not made, and somebody runs out.
Yeah.
Or we have a tough break, and then it becomes a battle of attrition to see who can survive it and try and get the win before the time runs out.
Yeah, that's what I find is so unique about our format here is that it's so much more like an actual sport. There's so much more strategy. There's so much more things to think about, and just like where it's just not necessarily breaking and running back and forth at each other and things of that nature. And it's just it's really fun to watch and see our league players kind of put it together. The more weeks they play, and kind of the first team that gets the strategy down gets an advantage on it. But it's a lot to think about, so it's fun.
And when you come up with a strategy, if you can execute it, a lot of times it'll earn you the win.
Yeah.
This is going to be an interesting rack. Because
12, 7.
Yeah, the 14's got to slide past the 6. The 12 and the 7 are tied up. The 1 ball's in a weird spot.
Yeah, at this point, I don't see much that leads toward that, getting that 12 out of there. So he'd probably just play for the bank at some point.
Well, and Dave's a great player, and I don't want to take anything away from him, but he needs to be mindful of the clock. Because if he does miss, he doesn't want to give Gabe the opportunity to run out. Oh, and that's a great shot.
Got that 6 moved.
I mean, he really is playing incredible. We're about to be down to the 1 minute mark. He's going to be looking for the bank. This is the shot that's going to earn him the win if he can make it.
Great shot with the shape. Oh, man, how good did he hit that ball?
Now here, I think it's important. Oh, he's already used his extension. He needs to take a little time. You don't want to give Gabe a chance to run out with 45 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, I definitely would shoot this one with next to nothing on the clock here.
And you see Dave kind of moving around the table quickly. This is the part where you want to slow it down. This is where that strategy comes in. So Gabe is going to have an opportunity now. A couple things to remember. This is in a really tough spot. 36 seconds on the clock. The one thing that is different about the shootout rules than is in the league or the open rules is the 8 on the snap is going to be that golden break. I like to call it black gold.
Yeah.
Because it does count as a win, and if he snaps this 8 ball, we're going to tie up, and I got to think that we're going to a 6-ball shootout. But
Dave's going to try to make it on his break, I guarantee it.
Yeah, it's one of those things that it doesn't happen too much.
Gabe's kind of smiling there. He's going to take. You need some good luck or
5 balls down on the break.
Right, something.
Big break. Watch out, cue ball. There's balls down everywhere. He needs an opening shot.
Man, look where that cue ball ended up. That's tough.
He can make the 9 ball in the corner here, but he's got to take his time. Get in there, ball.
Oh wow.
Oh, he's going to end up really tough here.
This is intense.
What do? You cross the 15. That's what you do.
Oh.
Get in there.
Slopped it in. Oh wow.
15 seconds on the clock. Can he do it? I don't
it's going to be tough. Yeah, he's got a lot of cue ball movement here, unfortunately. Well, how intense was that one as well? Wow.
Well, I got to tell you, Dave Matlock, hats off to that man. He played incredible. Gabe Owen, of course, you can't fault him. He attempted and he tried very hard down to the last second. We will get a word with him. Nate Kane in the booth, thank you so much. And we will see you guys in the arena in just a moment.
Thank you.
Ultimate Pool USA presents the Ultimate Pool USA League Grand Finals. You and your team climb the leaderboards for a shot of winning the $100,000 first prize. Survive the heart-pounding formats of match and shot clocks. Deliver for your teammates when it matters most. Track your progress with Ultimate Pool Score. All roads lead to the Grand Finals in October 2025, and your chance to claim a $100,000 first prize. And because our motto is for the players, all prizes are cash payouts. Begin your journey now and sign up to your local Ultimate Pool USA League. Ultimate Pool USA, for the players.
The Iceberg in the house. Justin Bergman ready to take on this Colorado Shootout quarterfinal. He's up against Chase Stumfoll in the other chair. Both players played superbly earlier on this afternoon in their last 16 matches. And it's interesting to see how they go here. Chase, I spoke to him after his match. He was really excited at the prospect of just playing Justin Bergman. So I know this match will mean a lot to him. Justin Bergman, I think it's safe to say, probably won't be feeling the same, but it's another match, it's another chance to win, and that is what Justin Bergman is all about. Stephen Jameson with you on the comms for this one. Joining me in the booth is the Ultimate Pool USA National League Director, Jeremy Hundley.
How you doing, sir?
I'm doing great, mate, and it's great to have you in the booth. It's been too long. Glad we finally pulled you in here.
Yeah, they talked me into it, so it's nice to sit down and watch a good match, though.
Yeah, we've picked a good one for you, I think.
Yeah. It's always a pleasure watching Justin move around the table, so smooth.
Yeah, but we know what shootout pool is like. We know nothing is guaranteed, and we also know Chase Stumfoll has been playing really, really well of late. And get the sense, though, with this being, I think it's safe to say, a bigger match for Chase than it is for Justin in terms of their careers, if you like. Important for Chase that he starts well, just settles down into the game.
Absolutely. So, he's a smooth player. He's confident. It's nice to see in a young player, right?
For sure. We had Nate Kane in here earlier on. I was with him for Chase's match, who knows Chase really well, same neck of the woods in Kansas City, and he said since Chase had his bit of a breakthrough tournament when we were there in Kansas City, since then he's like been a different animal, and he's performing so well at a really high level. His confidence is really high. He's hungry to do more and better. And I always think that's such a good sign in a young player, especially, that when they get a bit of a taste of success, they're not happy with it, they want even more. That's a good sign.
Right. It's like they can see that they can do it. It's like the door's open, like, okay, I can beat this guy.
Yeah, but I think we've seen it before with, plenty of players that we'll probably know from, just by face or by knowing them through reputation, that, when they've had that big breakthrough, sometimes for some players it goes the other way and they think, oh, I've made it, and rest on their laurels a little.
Right. Well, there he goes, taking an early lead here.
A lovely finish from Chase, who goes 1-0 up. It's the same format that we've seen all day. If you're just joining us, rated 6, 30 minutes on the match clock. What have you made to Colorado so far, Jeremy?
I love it. I absolutely love Colorado. I was excited when we picked this venue and this place, and yeah, I've been enjoying every bit of it. So
Altitude air been treating you well?
It actually has, yeah, not too bad. So it took a little extra time to get stuff set up, but you know, we got a good crew and good team. Everybody.
Yeah, unloading those tables out the van was something, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, always a pleasure. So.
What you guys do is a lot ahead of the event. It's the unseen work that goes into an event like this, and it's gone without a hitch so far on day number 1. I think everyone's been enjoying themselves. Someone who's maybe not enjoying themselves too much though is Justin Bergman, who's making grimaces and making shapes at the table.
Bit of a tricky one here, eh?
No surprise to see Justin go after this 2-ball pretty early. And he gave it a little friendly kiss on the way for good measure. How pleased were you to see Justin on the sign-up list for the Colorado Open?
Every time we get him on an event, I'm excited about it. He's probably one of, if not my favorite player to watch play pool. Just something the way he moves around the table so smooth, and cue ball control, and yeah, it's a pleasure.
I don't think you're alone in that thought either. Very, very popular player.
Yeah, he's starting to get back at it a little bit. It's nice to see him out, and I'm hoping that he's start to make a run here.
Yeah, because for a player as good as he is with his enormous reputation, it has been just too long, hasn't it? Since we've seen him in the sort of the public eye. And it's great that he's sort of chosen Ultimate Pool USA as his vessel.
Oh yeah, we'll gladly have him. Just kind of takes what he can get here on the 8.
Familiar pre-shot routine. This needs making though. Not that it ever seemed in too much doubt. Very, very smooth finish. I like that word that you used there a moment ago from Justin Bergman. That's what he does better than most.
He mentioned his pre-shot routine. That's something I've seen him do since he was young. He's always had that. It's like he's getting it in his mind how he wants to, to do it. So, not gonna lie, I try to mimic that sometimes, see if it works for me, but no luck so far.
I think he's one of those characters, isn't he? Like it's the same in any sport, Kids who grow up playing whatever sport they want to play, they're always going to mimic the ones right at the very top who they admire the most. And yeah, Justin's certainly one of those players that carries such a huge reputation, but he wears it quite well. Very, very reserved, quiet around the place. You almost, if you didn't know who he was, you wouldn't know he was so well respected and all the rest of it around the venue. He just keeps himself to himself, but always polite and humble.
Yeah, very respectful and always willing to talk to people, and yeah, just a very good player, professional, always nice to have.
All right then, Chase, what have you got for us? It's a pretty good break. 8-ball was flying around, almost in a pocket. Reminder, if you are just joining us, the golden break is in play in the shootout. This is the only event where we will be having the golden break this weekend. Pop the 8-ball off the break, instant win.
I think we've only had one this event so far.
Yeah, it was early this morning, and don't ask me to remember who hit it. I know it was fairly inconsequential in the end. It was quite early on in the match. Might have been Gabe Owen, but I'm not 100% sure. It already feels like a very long time ago.
Yeah, it's been a long day.
Yeah, it has, but as always with the shootout, it's flown by. It's one thing we do get. They are long days. That's just look at the clock and you know it's a long day, but the amount of quality matches that you see throughout that time has been brilliant.
Yeah, a lot of top quality play here. Dave Matlock is on fire, huh?
Yeah, he looks hungry, doesn't he?
He does.
He's shown us a few glimpses of that Matlock magic that he's got in the locker. Shot that he played with his right hand earlier on today. If you've not seen it, it's on the Ultimate Pool USA Facebook. Go check that one out. It is a hell of a dig.
Looks like Chase is in pretty good shape here.
Yeah, the one slides past the 8, so he can just stun across it. And that is about cue ball in hand perfect.
Yeah, he's still got enough angle to work the cue ball out. And, looks good here.
He's a fair bit shorter than he might have wanted, I think. He's still absolutely fine. Trying to pick holes where there probably isn't any. Yeah, he was straight enough to hold. He's A-okay.
Quite the atmosphere out there in the pool room.
Building, isn't it?
It is. A lot of excitement. You hear the crowd getting into it a little bit.
Yeah, and I think that's only going to improve as we head into the weekend. This is what we expect. You know, we've got players playing in the Open, so it's been, you know, quite busy this evening. And I think once people, there's a lot of players who've turned up who might not have seen an Ultimate Pool USA event before, and you know, it has got quite a unique feel compared to a lot of other tournaments that you might sign up and enter.
Yeah, it really does. It's just something about it. When you walk in the room, you can feel the vibe, and you know you're here to play some serious pool. So it's a good time. We love having it, and you know, wouldn't be here without the players. So definitely, like we always say, for the players. That's 100%.
Well, apart from today, because the shootout is absolutely not for the players. So I've been saying it all day on the commentary. It's the one time with Ultimate Pool USA where they row back massively on that caption, because the shootout is not for the players.
Oh,
it's murder for the players. It's for the fans, which is why we enjoy it.
Oh yeah, nothing more exciting than watching him in that 6-ball shootout with Jordan and Chris.
Yeah, what did you make of that? That was good, wasn't it?
Wow, yeah.
Talk about an atmosphere. That was standing room only around the table then.
Yeah.
So, first time I believe we've had an unsuccessful break, and it's Justin Bergman's. So Chase Stumfoll with the first opportunity really to break serve almost in this quarter-final.
It's so important with this format too, to try to steal a game when it's your opponent's break. It's huge. We've seen it already today in a few matches where the dry break was the difference. So.
Yeah, trying to pick holes in this finish for Chase, and it's difficult to do that.
What is he going to try to do here? Okay, so he's going to get the one out of there now. I like it. Get the problem out of there early, they say, right?
Yeah, and I think he may play the 6 here just to get even better shape on the 1. So 6 does slide past. No, he's going to go 1. Yeah, he can check it up enough. That's lovely. He's just come far enough to avoid awkward queuing. Well, this is exactly the level that Chase showed us earlier on in the last 16 match that he had against Cleve Thompson. He flew out of the traps, 4-0 up in no time. Lethal. Didn't miss a shot. Looked in complete control. And in his own words, he just sort of overthunk it a little bit. Sort of started to think about running the clock down, and I think sometimes you can overthink it in shootout pool. Just play your game, keep potting the balls, it'll take care of itself.
Right, absolutely. Still seems very confident though. The stroke is nice and confident. There's no shaky elbow there, and so looking good so far.
I think he's a good example of a player who, you know, comes not from nowhere, because people in Kansas City knew exactly who he was. He's got a great junior record nationally as well, but a great example of a player almost coming up to the bigs almost, and blooding the noses of a few prominent pro players. His win over Tyler Steyer in the Open event in Kansas City was one that jumped immediately off the page. I think it was a big career win for him. This is what these events can do to young players like Chase, is they give them that platform to show the world really exactly how good they are.
Yeah, the U.S. has a lot of talent that we don't see, unfortunately, and we're going to change that. But you're right. I mean, this Chase, who is he, right? Kansas City local, but you're going to know who he is now. He's already got Tyler Steyer on the notch there, and looking to get Jared Bergman. So look out. He's a pretty good ball player too.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Well, that is another nice break for Chase Stumfoll. And if there's one surefire way to beat Justin Bergman, keep me off the table is a good way to start. No surprise to see him take solids here.
Just looking at how he can get that 5 out of there. It's really the only issue, if it is an issue.
Yeah, I think so. It just doesn't have an obvious connecting ball, does it?
Yeah. I know he wants to use that 6 to get on the 8, obviously, but...
He's landed a little bit in the middle of nowhere here.
Yeah, a bit of an awkward spot here.
Well, he can pot 2 balls, so he's still fine in that sense, but as for the rest of the clearance, this isn't too obvious. Maybe Chase knows. Well, is he hooked on both? I think he is.
Yeah, I'll cut a little more of that 8 ball than he expected. I think he knew he was running into it a little bit, but...
First mistake of the entire match, actually, and it comes for Chase Stumfoll. It's not like this is an easy kick shot he's about to play, because he also knows, even if he hits the shot, he's not likely to end up nice on the next ball. He is right up against it here as Chase.
No. Just the whole ball there.
Justin Bergman already at the table, cue chalked, ready for the referee to present the ball. He's not going to hang about here.
Pretty basic out here, huh? Not much work to do.
Yeah, they all connect really nicely. He's not going to take long with these.
Looks like he's going to erase the deficit a little bit here.
Yeah, next to no time. I don't think he's historically known as a super quick player, Justin Bergman, but when the chances are there like that, he's not there to hang around, and puts a little bit of time back into the match almost with a finish like that.
Yeah, still right. That was a must-win almost for him in this format. 4-time Moscone Cup player. It's been a while.
Yeah, some would say too long, hey?
Yeah, absolutely.
Southern Classic 1 pocket champion as well. reached the Open quarterfinals in Kansas City. It was a good run for him, but I think everyone knows that he's capable of more.
No, yeah. Yeah, we haven't seen the best of Bergman yet here on the Ultimate Pool USA. Still knocking some rust off, maybe.
Yeah, potentially. But, you know, we've heard from, you know, the likes of Dave Matlock and Gabe Owen, who've almost found themselves reinvigorated with what Ultimate Pool USA are doing, and especially the shootouts. And Dave Matlock's been around for, you know, decades at this stage, but, you know, he couldn't wait to get back in the shootout, could he, in Colorado after tasting it in Kansas City? Yeah, there's a little bit of the case with Justin Bergman as well.
Yeah. Yeah, Dave's an absolute legend of the game over here, especially in the Midwest. And yeah, he's already asking now where the next one is. So.
He might have a tournament to win before that point.
Yeah.
It's Dave Matlock who'll be awaiting the winner of this match. Chase Stumfoll will be hoping to make it an all KC semi-final.
How cool would that be for that place? Such a good community.
Oh, big time, yeah. I think there's a fair few who've made the trip up as well this weekend.
Yeah, there's quite a few players here that's played in multiple of our events, so it's nice to have that following. They know it's a...
I was going to say, it's a bit of a badge of honor for you guys, right?
Yeah, absolutely. They're getting to know the routine, and yeah, it's nice to have that. Double checking exactly where he wants to be here.
He got a lot of side on the ball there to get it over to that side of the table. He's a bit worried about the 13 just being in his way. He'll be a little bit frustrated to be on the right on the rail, but it shouldn't get too hairy for him.
Needs to find a way to get below this 7-ball bit so he can roll up behind the 8 for the side there. I don't think it has any other pocket.
And he wants that to keep running.
I think he just got there.
Yeah, only just. Yeah, he's looking at following through and maybe taking the cut to the left side pocket. Don't think it goes up the table. Almost certainly doesn't. Yeah, he's dead straight here. Oh, he's done well to force that.
Yeah, that's a nice shot.
I didn't think he had that much room there. But yeah, he's absolutely perfect, and this is going 3-3. Nothing to split Chase Stumfoll and Justin Bergman.
And just like that.
Yeah, how big will that moment at 3-1 feel for Chase Stumfoll?
Justin's starting to feel it a little bit, it looks like. Having a good time out there. That's something that's nice to see, these players having a good time, smiling, enjoying themselves. You don't always get that. So.
Yeah, and I think that's what the shootout should be all about, isn't it? It is an event for the fans, as we say, and it's nice to see that we saw it a little bit in a couple of matches previous. They're getting into the game, but yeah, they're able to talk to the players and treat them like the human beings they are, you know? They're great characters and personalities. Chase a little bit more business, but that's to be expected. He has just lost the last 2 frames in a row, so
I think you're right. He's thinking about that 3-1.
Yeah. This break has been pretty faithful through this match, though. Hoping to continue to rely on that, and yeah, that's a pretty reliable break right there. What's his first shot looking like, though? Don't think it's very nice. It's a great break, but yeah, rather you than me on this first one, Chase.
Yeah, a bit of a tough spot here. If you can roll this 6 on the side, you're looking pretty good here.
It was missable. Those side pockets are always a little bit tricky, aren't they?
Yeah, our side pocket's a little tighter than your guys' side pockets.
Oh, a lot tighter, yeah. It's amazing, actually, when you get down on them in a shot like that, and all of a sudden, you would never miss that on an English table. It's just a straight pot. But with the edges on the pockets, it just makes it such a tougher shot. And don't get me wrong, I'm sure Chase still feels that he should have made it, but it was definitely missable.
Yeah, absolutely. Off the rail like that. Got to slow roll it a little bit. Always a little nervy.
Justin Bergman just has the error man who does not look close to making a mistake. I don't even think he's been out of position yet.
Just has a presence about him when he moves around the table, you know? See something about it. Trying to figure out what he's going to do with this 8 ball. I think he's going to play the 7-2 rails and 8 in the middle there, but always methodical, always planning, looking, and just double checking.
Yeah, and just about enough time to be able to do that too. Use his extension at the right time. As we say, he can be a quick player, but just make sure he's very efficient at using his time correctly is probably how I'd describe it.
Yeah, he's no stranger to the shot clock for sure. The 15 seconds maybe, but
yeah, no one's really comfortable with 15 seconds. Yeah, he knows this is a tricky shot. This is tricky, all right. That's why I put so much emphasis on that 7, because yeah, you can see what he thinks about that shot. Slams the chalk down. Oh, he talked about these side pockets. This doesn't go long, does it? Oh, it will be the side, I think. No, it did sneak in long. Wowee!
What a shot.
There wasn't much room there.
No, he definitely didn't have a full pocket there. I think he had to cheat that a little bit.
Watch this 8 ball past the 13. Takes the coat of paint off it.
Wow.
Had to be deadly accurate there, Justin Bergman. And he was.
Little sigh of relief there, I think.
Well, we talked about it in that rack, you know, he hadn't played one bad shot really, not even been out of position once. That was as close as he's come to a poor shot, and he still managed to get out.
Looks like he's playing with a kill wood shaft, I believe. Most players you see these days are heading towards the carbon fibers. So sticking with the old wood, old faithful there.
Yeah, absolutely. I love to see all that. I also love that his shaft, his glove and his top all colour coordinated.
It's like another good break here. I think he might be looking at the key shot of the rack here on this 12 ball. Everything else lays pretty easy.
Yeah, it's a phrase I really like. I actually stole it from Jordan Shepherd. Friends might remember, who's in the other semi-final coming up after this one actually. But phrase that Jordan likes to use is cash ball. And it's basically the one ball that unlocks the frame, and that felt like cash ball out there. And straight on this 13, and Justin Bergman will feel like the hard work is done in this game.
Yeah, he's sitting pretty good here. You're right, cash ball. I like that term. That's might have to steal that.
Yeah, it's a good one. I use it every now and then.
Oh, he's not happy with that.
Oh, he's just short, isn't he?
Yeah. I think he can slow roll this enough with some inside and kind of kill it off that rail and hold it. That's what he's looking at now.
Yeah.
I think
not left us in any doubt as to where he wants to be. Yeah, he's okay. He still doesn't love it. A little bit more angle than he would have wanted. Can hold it nicely. He's got a nice angle on this 14 to move up for the 8. And how a game can change. Justin Bergman was 3-1 down. He's about to go 5-3 up.
Yeah, it was looking like Chase was in cruise control there for a second. And was it rack 5 got away from him, and then it's been Justin Bergman ever since. So.
And this is what great players can do. And Chase will have known that. He'll be under no illusions. He's not naive. He's got a huge amount of respect for Justin Bergman, I know as well. And yeah, he'll have. When he sat down in his chair after he made that mistake at 3-1, there will have been a little part of him that thought, oh, have I missed my chance?
Yeah, he was definitely thinking about it. We all know we can't let Bergman to the table.
Yeah.
Still not out of it, though.
No, absolutely not. Justin Bergman is on the hill, but okay, Stumfoll can keep him just there for now. It's his break next. I think the two of them just shared a nice word there as well, which is good to see.
Yeah, it's nice to see the good sportsmanship amongst the players.
8 minutes 40 remaining on the match clock. That 8 ball was close. That 8 ball was close. That'd have helped.
Yeah.
But in the end, no balls are down, and that is a slightly resigned look as he sits in his chair from Chase Stumfoll. He knows you can't be relying on mistakes from Justin Bergman. Although on a 15-second shot clock, which is what we're on now, you're a bit more likely to see mistakes from Justin Bergman. He is only human. And this is awkward, this first shot. Yeah, this is a fiddly finish. I always say about 15-second shot clock is it's not a problem as long as plan A is working. But as soon as you got to go to plan B, that's when it becomes an issue. We might be about to see plan B. Has to play it. He was tight. Having to work pretty hard here is the iceberg.
Yeah, there's nothing routine about the finish here. Oh, he hit that well.
Oh, that gap is a nice one to find, isn't it? That helps. 3 balls awkward though. That's the one that's probably going to cause him a little bit of a headache.
Is it the cash ball, one might say?
Yeah, if he can find a way to land on the 3, that should be game over. Still not exactly sure where he's going to do it. Oh, he's played that beautifully. And he's even got an angle to punch out for the 8 as well. That's a really lovely shot. Oh, how good is this?
He got a little out of line, and then one great shot, he's right back in it.
And Chase Stumfoll concedes. That was a supreme performance from Justin Bergman, who at 3-1 down looked like he was in a little bit of danger but the Iceberg rattles off 5 straight to secure the win against a very game Chase Stumfoll. We'll hear from Justin in just a minute. In the meantime, Jeremy, thank you so much for joining me on the comms. Enjoy the rest of the evening, I know you will. And in the meantime, folks, we will see you in a moment after this.
My break tip is completely different from everything that is on the market. It combines the qualities of like a playing tip with a super powerful tip. It's like a tip on the steroids. You can open with less power and still have spin and split the pack perfectly, but you can go for the power breaking and you still have control. You just need to know how to do it. A lot of players that they told me that because they use so less power on breaking, they can focus on accuracy and the rack always splits the way they want. And because they are not using the power, they keep that accuracy and its reliability. I believe that when you're going to buy something, you need to believe on it and buy it perfectly. And on my side, what I believe is if I'm going to offer you something, it needs to be better than I was expecting before buying itself. The increases, it's fantastic, it's super good. And they are consistent, they still have power or more power than the normal tips, and they last. And that's what I want. It really feeds me on. When people say thanks and they like the product and they are happy, I feel joy to myself. It's not really just proud, it's just joy. I feel happy.
Welcome back, everybody. It's the Colorado Shootout, and we are down 2-4 on one side of the draw. Team UK, and on the other side of the draw, Team USA. There is Jordan Shepherd, a lesser spotted sighting of Sheppy without his glasses. There we go. That's the Jordan we know and love. He's ready to rumble against Tom Cousins, two of the very, very finest 8-ball players in the world, but two very, very new players to American 8-ball, which is what makes this particular battle so interesting. Adam Williams joins me in the booth for this one. It's always a pleasure to have you with us, Adam, but this match in particular is one I'm very, very excited for.
Yeah, we've kind of got a final and the semi-final for us. To say it's going to be interesting because say this is Shep's second time, and he won the first one, so I'm pretty sure he's ready to do it again.
And we couldn't see another debutant from the UK run to the final, could we?
When Tom Cousins is involved, you never know.
Yeah, you never bet against him.
I say, obviously, people haven't had the pleasure to watch him so much in the US, but he's definitely a force to be reckoned with in the UK.
What did you make of Jordan's victory in the quarterfinal against one Christopher Melling?
Oh, I say if you want to watch a ultimate pool shootout match and know what it's about, I say that's pretty much
it's a good example of
everything what you need. Yeah, I say the first 2 racks was done in about 3 minutes, and then all of a sudden it's 6-6 with no time left on the clock. So
yeah, a really special game, and it ended in a 6-ball shootout. It ended with Jordan Shepherd bungee jumping around the arena, such was the relief that he felt.
Yeah, his brother's got an Apple Watch. He said his heart rate was at 130. It was telling him to sit down watching the game, so that was a funny one.
Oh, Jordan. Well, that's a very, very rare mistake. Just using the equipment. Just have one another watch of this. Just trying to feather up. Oh. He just wasn't happy with it. That will be such an annoying one for him.
Yeah, I say Chris did the same one in the last match too. He was lining up the 6-ball and tapped it as well, which we've not seen. We've seen 2 this tournament, and we've not seen any on the TV table prior to that.
Yeah, silly old game, isn't it? I think for Sheppy, I think he'll just be pleased that it's come in the first frame and not maybe potentially with more consequences further down the line. But general rule of thumb with Tom Cousins is keep him off that table.
Yeah, so it's he makes it look pretty easy. So sometimes I don't think he gets the credit he deserves because it's just so simple.
I completely agree. I think there's certain players that make the game look easy in quite a a difficult way, if you know what I mean. Like someone like Chris Melling makes the game look so simple, but in a way that you feel like you couldn't do that, but he makes it look really easy for him. Looks like the game's just a joke at times. Whereas Tom Cousins makes this game look so simple that I could pick up a cue, walk outside and think, oh yeah, I could do that.
Yeah, that's how it looks.
But it's just not easy.
Yeah.
He really is the master of making this game look very, very effortless. And that's 1-0. A relentless winner is Tom Cousins over in the UK, which, as we always point out, is a very, very different game. It's the same game, but it's so, so different. This is Tom's first taste of American pool stateside. First time he's properly used an American pool cue.
Oh yeah, he's
played on a bar box table.
Yeah, he's been through 6 cues this week already. So
is that right?
Yeah, he keeps switching them out and saying he likes this one, and then he doesn't like it, and he's found one he's happy with. So that's good.
The one thing that, if Tom can find a way to replicate from the way that his game works in English 8-ball, if he can replicate his break in the American game, might be all over.
Yeah, so the power and control that he has is off the break is unreal. And looking at this one, he's working it out pretty quick.
I was chatting to him about it earlier, though. Obviously, he won his game earlier, and I was chatting to him a little bit about the break, and it's such a different shot in American 8-ball compared to what we see Tom just decimate with in English 8-ball, because how Tom describes it is he can cue it in English 8-ball.
Right.
So it's just a stroke, and it's controllable, and it's timing and all the rest of it. But he feels like he's got to whack the cue ball a bit in American ball, because the balls are heavier and all the rest of it. You can't just cue it.
So yeah, and obviously Tom Cousins, most of his breaks, will either the white will pop up or he draws it back to the back rail in English 8-ball, whereas, you know, here it's the last thing you want to do is put draw on it, because it's just so heavy it won't split. So you're kind of taking a gamble on punching through it. So it's definitely a different stroke.
Yeah, and when you're, I mean, any amateur player knows it, when you're all of a sudden trying to really hit the ball rather than just cueing it, all of a sudden it's so much more difficult to control.
Yeah, so there's amateurs teaching all these UK pros how to break and how to rack, so that shows you a lot. It's an interesting concept. But yeah.
But what I like as well about how the UK guys are coming across, and of course you know this from your own experience, you've been there, you know, over a decade, but these guys coming over for, you know, some of them the first time, like Thomas this week, they're some of the best players in the world, but they're very, very humble and willing to learn and willing to be friendly with the locals and all the rest of it. It's actually really lovely to see.
Yeah, it's super nice. I think they're looking for any advantage and any lessons they can take. I know Stephen Wyatt's always willing to give some free advice as well, so I say it's funny how they're always trying to get an edge. When a pool player's asking me for advice, you know, it's a worrying time. So.
Well, Tom Cousins makes a mistake. Those do not come very often.
Yeah, he's kind of returned the favour, so I'm pretty confident Sheffy will get out from here.
Oh, wowee. Oh, that's a pretty terrible shot from Jordan Shepherd.
Yeah,
no two ways about that.
I think he can just masse around it and just get away with it, but he's going to leave himself a hard shot.
He's a lucky boy to have even had that, to be honest with you.
And there it was.
Yeah, that was hard. No, it was really tough. So not the start to this match that we thought we'd get, in all truth. We've played less than 2 frames, and we've already seen more mistakes in this match than we've seen from both players all tournament, I think.
Yeah, I say it's nerves might be setting in. Yeah, it's definitely a different environment in the US.
I think one thing to remember for these guys in particular is it's a huge commitment to come and play in this event. You know, it's not just a jolly for Tom Cousins and Jordan Shepherd. There's a lot of sacrifice involved in playing in a tournament like this when your hometown is 4,500 miles away.
Yeah, you're definitely not driving 3 hours to somewhere, so yeah, it's a big commitment.
So there's that. You know, they always want to win everything they're in, but there's that little bit of added pressure as well that, you know, Jordan said it to me in his interview earlier. Now, I was thinking in the moment against Chris Melling, you know, have I wasted my chance? And, you know, I don't want to stop playing tonight. You know, I've come a long way. I don't want to be out of the tournament so early. And, I know from speaking to Tommy, feels the same way.
So yeah, I'm gonna say, obviously we don't see it, but here we are. They've been here since Monday, practicing pretty much non-stop all day while we've been setting up, and I say definitely true professionals.
Well, this is how it stands right now in the Colorado Shootout. This is how we got to the semi-finals. Justin Bergman and Dave Matlock are coming up in semi-final 2 for the right to face one of these two. Jordan Shepherd crunches that break, and it is so early on here, but this feels like a big frame for Jordan Shepherd.
Yeah, so especially with Tom breaking next, it's a must win. And it's not the easiest set for him either.
No, there's a fair few problems here.
But he might be able to break out the 12 right now from this 11 ball, so that might free him up.
Yeah, this is a shot that Jordan couldn't really play in Kansas City. It was quite a funny story, really. He won his first American pool tournament in the Kansas City Shootout, and he won it with a borrowed cue, which, by his own admission, he couldn't draw the ball back with.
Yeah.
Imagine being so good you can win a tournament without drawing the ball.
Yeah, it's slightly annoying. So.
Imagine being that talented, enough to make anyone sick. Can happily report that Sheppy's able to draw the ball with the cue that he's got himself now.
Yeah, he loves it. So he's not shut up about it all week. So.
Yeah, and this was a very welcome rack for Jordan Shepherd, who goes on the scoreboard 2-1 now. He's now into the game. Bit of a shake of the head. He's made 2 pretty car crash errors, really, by his standards.
Yeah, he seems to be one of them. Even when he's playing well and he's spot on where he needs to be, he's never satisfied. It seems to be a thing for him. I'll look at him and he'll shake his head, and then he just pops anyway.
Yeah, I mean, when you see Sheppy in full flight, I don't think we'll see it in the USA too often, because I think he has to think too much.
Yeah,
he's still working it all out. But when he goes in sort of his natural habitat on the English pool table, he can get into that flow state. And when he's flying, for me, there's no better player in the world to watch. Oh, Tom Cousins has topped the living daylights out of that break. Look at that.
I think he's worked it out.
Yeah, look at this.
Yeah, he's still landing a little funny.
Look I mean, that's crazy. That came up beyond the side pockets and then ended up off the bottom rail. So much spin on that cue ball there. He could have left himself a nicer shot, mind.
Yeah, so I think he's got maybe the 4-ball in the middle.
He might not even be able to cut it. He might have to take the 3-ball combo, but that feels a bit more dangerous than it needs to. He must be able to get through. No, it's the stripes. Well, that is an interesting decision. What do you do about that 10-ball?
Yeah, so it's the only thing I can see him getting on it is the green 14 over here. But that's probably a reason why we're sat here, right? He's probably got a plan already.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of his great calling cards is how quickly he attacks his work.
Yeah,
I mean, that's pretty perfect. Don't know if there was too many who would have spotted the 2 shots that he's just played from that position. All of a sudden, if he gets this, he's odds on. Yep, pretty perfect.
Yeah, it's just dot to dot from here, so
tic-tac-toe. Oh, that might not be the best shot he's ever played, though.
No, I think he's got a little funny. I'm guessing he'll just stun it and kind of take his medicine from here. Unless it goes in the middle off the 4, I'm not too sure.
Yeah, he might even be straight enough that he can just go through and have a nice one. He's got a bit of angle.
Yeah.
Will be the middle. Oh, one bad shot there from Tom Cousins, and all of a sudden he's got a serious 8-ball to make here.
Yeah, and the American pockets is tight in that middle.
Promise. Did help. You saw a great angle there before. Did just make that a slightly bigger pocket. But yeah, just one slack shot there from Tom Cousins, but he was able to recover the situation. Jordan Shepherd is already stalking the arena table, ready to break off. Threw everything at that.
Yeah, he scored the white well, but doesn't look like he's going to get rewarded for it.
That's pretty tough. I mean, look at the clusters at the top of the table. That's pretty crazy. Jordan's thinking something along those lines right now.
Yeah, I say it's an interesting one. I don't think nobody's really worked out the break yet. With it being 8 on the spot, the Americans haven't really worked it out, and everyone seems to be trying different things. But someone will eventually work it out, and then everyone will be doing the same
They will
thing.
eventually, yeah. Yeah, I agree with the noise that you made. I'm not too sure about this either.
Yeah, now he's trying to move it again and can maybe bank the 15. Well, I mean, he is ahead, so I don't know if he wants to open him up quite yet, because it's still a difficult out, even if he banks it. Yeah, I don't think Tom Cousin likes to play safe, so.
He doesn't. These two have known each other a little while, but if you want an interesting statistic, they've met 3 times on the Ultimate Pool Tour in the UK, and on all 3 occasions Jordan Shepherd has got the victory.
Wow.
There's not many players, and by not many I think there's 2, who can boast a winning record over Tom Cousins over multiple matches since Ultimate Pool UK's inception about 3 or 4 years ago.
It looks like he's perfect on it.
All of a sudden, Adam, we've got 14 minutes of this match left, and it feels like we're ticking down towards the end.
Yeah, it's they move so quick. It's, I say, like Tom's deceiving. It looks like he's walking around taking his time. He's just so smooth that Chris Melling, you think it's, oh, this is fast. But
yeah, it's like a constrictor, isn't it?
Yeah, you think he's taking 4 or 5 minutes a rack, but he just does it so smooth and walks around. It's slow and simple, but seems to be quick.
Yeah, it's a 4-1 lead for Tom Cousins, and if Jordan Shepherd is to get himself back into it, and he is more than capable of doing that, there's plenty of time left to do it.
Yeah, I think he's going to need a dry break from Tom.
Yeah, that would help. Hasn't helped Jordan that he's hit a couple of breaks really, really well and had no reward. Tom on this one though. His break has been inconsistent.
Oh, and that's the chance he needed.
Yeah, that's what you pretty much never see in the English game, is Tom Cousins scratching the side pockets. Just does not happen.
Yeah, and that's the difference. That top on it just caught a little bit too much.
Crucial frame for Jordan to win. And he's got a bit of work to do now.
That's a good shot.
Oh, that is a good shot. There we go. A crucial game one for Jordan Shepherd, and he just about stays in it. This one is not over yet, and Tom Cousins will know that.
Yeah,
He looks as unflustered as ever, does Tom Cousins, but inside he will know. He'll be feeling it. Got to know Tom pretty well over the past couple of years. Done an awful lot of interviews with him. He wins a lot of matches, and it is interesting. You know, you get used to watching him just saunter around the table without a care in the world, but he feels it just like any other player does.
Yeah, from an outside standing point of view, he definitely doesn't show it though.
No, I get the sense he'd be a pretty good poker player, Tom Cousins, honestly. Gives very, very little away. Jordan Shepherd, almost the exact opposite, really. He's the sort of player who does wear his heart on his sleeve. I feel like he sometimes needs to get a bit annoyed, let it out, and then he can refocus. Right now, he can focus on getting himself right back into this game.
You gotta say it's one scratch on the break, and all of a sudden it's looks like it's going to be 4-3.
How often do we see it happen?
Could we see another 6-ball shootout?
I have a feeling I know I'd make favourite. Still a long way to go yet, though, before we start chalking those cues.
Making quick work of it as well.
Yeah, he'll do that. Beautifully done. 4-3. And a spring in the step of Jordan Shepherd. He's just starting to tick. And looks locked in. There's definitely an element of the way that Sheppy plays. He's fully aware. He talked about Tom having a nonchalant, relaxed style around the table. Sheppy's could not be further from that. Like a cat on a hot tin roof.
Yeah.
But he's aware that that sort of style can intimidate opponents when he can run rack after rack and fizz around the table like that.
That's ball rolled just then.
Back in your chair, Sheppy. He was halfway up, wasn't he?
Yeah, I've noticed that with him as well. Even when the referee's racking, he's right on the table, ready to go every single time.
And that was a really interesting break from Tom Cousins, and I'll tell you for why. Because that's his English 8-ball break.
Yeah, maybe we're scratching on the last one. He's resorted back to what he knows.
Yeah, that right there, even from the cue ball position to what he's trying to do with the cue ball, he's sort of, resorting back to what feels familiar. And he did seem to take a bit of power out of it as well. I think that was much more of a controlled strike. But what a result.
Yeah, that might be the break after all, who knows?
That would feel very unfair.
He's slightly hooked on the rail here. And that's just a little difference with them square pockets versus the rounded pocket.
He's got no time to figure it out either. He's got to play. Oh, he could just get through. Puff for the cheeks from Tom Cousins. And that right there it's the sort of thing that Tom just does find a little bit of form for. And all great winners do. They have those moments where you think they've made a mistake, but actually they're okay.
Yeah, and it's probably soul destroying for the opponent.
Yeah, absolutely it is.
Shep thinks he's got a chance, and he just rolls the 8 straight in. So
that looked really tight, and yeah, he was okay. Because any form of little tickle around the point of the pocket there was going to be really tricky on the short time.
Yeah, and on the American tables, I'd say it's quite a common thing. Try as well.
Wow. How that three's not dropped, I just don't know. Watch the top right corner pocket here on this replay. Still not sure how it stayed up. There's a little bit of work to do here though. This isn't a routine finish, but Tom Cousins is on the hill and he's one frame away from an Ultimate Pool USA final on debut. Repeating the trick that Jordan Shepherd did in Kansas City.
Yeah, are we surprised?
No. I think I'm probably the least surprised person in the entire building, to be honest with you.
He's got a little. I think he was trying to use a 6 to break out, but I think he's got a little straight on it. So,
well, I wonder if he can roll through and take the 5 into the top right, and in doing so promote the 2. Or he's going to take it top left.
Yeah,
I think he's going to take both top left.
Yeah, he's just going to nudge the 50 ball out the way, and
that's such a good shot. You know, he's pin perfect. I took the sort of the free option, if you like. It was an easy bump. Knew he'd have guaranteed position on the 1. 2 awaits in the left side pocket. As close to hurried as you'll see Tom Cousins, but
yeah,
he looks fine.
Still super comfortable even with 2 seconds to go. So he's definitely used to the format.
He is just brilliant. Well, Jordan Shepherd, the Kansas City Shootout champion, is eliminated at the semi-final stage of his defense by a familiar foe, but maybe an unfamiliar face and name for our stateside viewers. But if Tom Cousins starts hanging around in the USA, you will soon know all about this man. One of the best players in the world. And he's doing it on the bar box here in Colorado, and he's in the Colorado Shootout final, where he will take on either David Matlock or Justin Bergman. That semi-final is coming up in just a moment. Adam, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me, mate.
It's been an absolute pleasure, and we'll speak to TC in just a sec.
Ultimate Pool USA presents the Ultimate Pool USA League Grand Finals. You and your team climb the leaderboards for a shot of winning the $100,000 first prize. Survive the heart-pounding formats of match and shot clocks. Deliver for your teammates when it matters most. Track your progress with Ultimate Pool Score. All roads lead to the Grand Finals in October 2025, and your chance to claim a $100,000 first prize. And because our motto is for the players, all prizes are cash payouts. Begin your journey now and sign up to your local Ultimate Pool USA League. Ultimate Pool USA, for the players.
All right, guys, here we go. And I just got to say, what an absolute crazy night we've had. We've seen so much amazing pool, and we're just 2 matches away. The winner of this match is going to play Tom Cousins in the final. And we are about to see David Matlock, who has probably had the best showing of anybody, just as far as being able to get into the situation. Maybe he gets into a bad situation, he gets out of it. He's really playing well, and I gotta say, I'm excited to watch this match between him and Justin Bergman. Again, the winner cements themselves in the finals against Tom Cousins. What an amazing shootout it's been so far. I'm joined by the always immaculate, always entertaining Mr. Cleve Thompson. How you doing, Cleve?
Yeah, I'm not too bad, thank you very much. How are you doing?
I'm wonderful. So I gotta say, Cleve, and I'm just gonna put it out there because me and you have known each other for a little while now. I don't care win, lose, or draw. Of course, there's no draw, but win or lose, you are always one of the most entertaining when it comes to the shootout. You had a great match. I know it's not the outcome you wanted, but you had a great match against Chase. It was a lot of fun. It was some drama, and I'm glad I got to watch it out there in person. It was a lot of fun, so I appreciate that.
Yeah, I'm always on the wrong end of the scoreline, but it took me a little while to win my first rack, and then the penny dropped out of nowhere. Really, I started shooting okay, but for some reason I kind of like just clicked into gear when the 15 seconds.
You fired up.
Yeah, just I was kind of, if I got to be honest with you, probably angry at myself.
Yeah, you were. I could tell.
Yeah, but that's pool for you. At some point, I'll get my win.
Well, I'll tell you who's not mad at themselves at the moment. It's the man at the table right now. Dave Matlock has really, he played in the Kansas City Shootout, and he had a decent showing. He won his first one, lost his second one. But man, has he turned it on today.
I've got a lot. I mean, I've not had actually a conversation with Matlock, but from what I hear, and the love that everyone has for him, and also from what seems to be, and I could be wrong here, like his resurgence of shooting a 8-ball pool. I was talking to Gabe after.
Yeah, Gabe Owen.
Yeah,
that was a scary match.
And he said, he goes, Matlock's not beating him for ages. And the way he's beaten him today, he goes, God, that hurt. But he's pulled out 2 worldy finishes back to back. And
those last 2 racks were insane.
They were phenomenal.
And he really played just a different style of pool. And it was really great to see Matlock play like this. This man he's I think we said 70. He's 70 years old. Close to it.
Yeah, I think he's between 68 and 70 I hear. But he's shooting like
Jordan Shepherd. Jordan Shepherd's age.
And it's funny because having his match with Gabe go to a 6-ball shootout, I fancied Matlock to beat him.
Yeah, me and Adam were doing commentary for that match, and man, it was really a sweater, and we were excited for what was about to happen. Actually, no, I'm sorry, me and Nate. Of course, Nate Kane, one of our league operators from the Kansas area, knows Dave Matlock very well. He's very knowledgeable about him as a player, and you kind of want to root for him here, if you don't want to be biased.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest with you. I think it would be good for him to win this event. I like the way he plays. He's attacking, and he's also very clever with his attacking moves. There were certain sort of caroms he was getting, like breakout shots, and they were landing exactly how he wanted them to land, as the result.
Yeah, he's very
he's missed the shot.
And that one, I think he kind of jumped the gun a little bit. He may have been a little fast, but he's a very entertaining player.
Yeah,
he's very creative. I liken him to Chris Melling.
Yeah.
He's very creative. Maybe not as refined as Chris is, but it's just a different play style. He really is creative with the cue ball and with caroms and kisses and all that. So it's been a lot of fun. Of course, another person who's having a resurgence in the pool world, Mr. Justin Bergman.
Yeah, I saw him at Kansas 2 months ago. I've seen, that's a very good shot he just played there. I've seen, I remember him from maybe 10 years ago, maybe something like that. I think he played Moscone, right?
Yeah, he did. He was on one of the Moscone Cups where they won.
Yeah.
And they hadn't won in a long time. It was a pretty big deal.
Yeah. He just looks very calculated. He's got a nice long stroke. Which you need in 8-ball pool.
He's calculated, but when he gets down on the table, he almost kind of looks like he doesn't care.
Right.
Like he's kind of free-flowy.
Right.
But you can tell there's a level of concentration there.
Yeah.
So.
There's certain players in the pool world who kind of have that kind of demeanor. Look like they're not bothered, but actually they're in full flight.
Well, what a shot right there by Mr. Bergman. Justin really played that shot well. I think David can see the edge of this 3, and if he sees the edge of it, he might be able to make it.
Oh, he's over-trimmed it, and he's scratched. And Justin's got his reward. The only thing I'm not too sure about is, has he got enough room to make the 11 ball?
And I don't think he does. So I think he's going to have to break it out.
Yeah, and I don't think the cue ball sort of sneaks in behind it with the ball in hand. So I think Justin might actually, he could play, you know what, probably play a defense shot, a safety shot, bump into the 11, and nope, he's going all out.
Yeah, he's trying to figure out a way to get that 11 ball out. This is a very tricky shot here, because if he doesn't hit, he's going to be in trouble.
Yeah.
And anytime you elevate the cue, you're going to lose a little accuracy. Let's see how he hit it. Wow.
I'll tell you what, if he can get the same movement, I think he can break this out of the 10 ball here.
It's tough because he has to hook in front of the 1 ball, but it's a slick table, so there's a little bit of a delay of reaction on the cue ball that could cause it to bump the 1, which is what I'd be worried about in this situation. But I don't know what else you play here. Yeah, that's a little what I was worried about. I think he also, maybe he didn't hit it as good as he could have.
No.
But again, the slick table, it's different than playing on a standard table. The felt is literally a day old. Kind of took a flyer there. And historically, we've seen David Matlock get out of this situation a couple times tonight. His opponent makes a late mistake, and he's able to clean up. I'm sure David and Justin have played each other quite a few times over the years.
Oh yeah, you should imagine so.
Tell you what, David Matlock is on tonight, guys.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be
I did not curse him. Oh my goodness.
He called out the commentator's curse.
I've done it like 3 times today, Cleve.
Well, he's missed 2 simple shots in this match alone.
I think that one he just rushed. And Justin, of course, is going to clean up. Here's the story of what I'm seeing. It's a 1-1, and we're almost down 10 minutes. So the time is definitely going to come to. It's going to be an issue, but maybe not, the match ending or a 6-ball shootout or anything like that. But that 15-second shot clock comes quickly.
Well, what I've noticed, I think this happened in Kansas as well. For as good as Justin is, I think I've seen all of his matches where he's not come out the gates quick. So the time within his matches seems to be, let's say like a 3-frame scoreline. There's enough time eaten out of it, and then he might find a gear just closing it out.
I think a lot of his Kansas City matches were pretty close. And that's not good. And that's off the table. So again, just a reminder on those rules. So it's ball in hand anywhere. Does not have to be behind the block line. Ball in hand anywhere. Even though Justin's putting it behind the line, anytime the cue ball goes off the table, it's an extra little punishment.
So for me, I'll be okay. I like this, but he's going to guarantee be on the 1 ball.
He's going to bump the 3 out, so he knows now. Yeah. He knows he can take it anywhere.
He's going to take his little extension, which he has done.
And a good breakout is going to set him up. Yeah, this is great. That's really going to set him up to get the out here.
And just that one shot, just like you said, just made it so open.
And this is what I like to call the tic-tac-toe rack.
There's many ways.
You don't have much to do.
Many ways of playing this finish. You could take the 4 last, 6 last. Just depends which. Yeah, he's good here.
Yeah, I think whatever he gets the best angle on,
yeah, exactly that,
is what he's going to take now, and then really doesn't matter from there. 4 ball's going to go down. Just 2 more to take a 1 rack lead. We are a third of the way through this match at the 20-minute mark.
And it's funny, you know, obviously there's still people from America still adapting to the international rules.
Yeah.
You don't have to call pocket, but you see Justin there.
He always calls the pocket.
Yeah, just maybe out of habit, maybe perhaps.
Well, you know, you play for so long where you have to call the 8 ball. It's habit, and I can't imagine at Justin's skill level and for how long he's been playing, it's probably so much of a habit. It's kind of like when a player jumps up on a shot, and they've been playing for 40 years. That you can't just stop. It's just something that happens, you know.
It'd be interesting to see if he's got like one of them trying to trick his situation with the 8 ball, where you have to play a slop shot, and see if he actually thinks in his head that he's got a quarter pocket and not realise that he can play a slop shot.
Well, so something happened earlier, and it could have been just coincidence, but he had to kind of kick at the 8 ball, and he opted for a softer kick. Now, soft or hard, he was going to let his opponent out if he didn't make it. But he opted for the softer kick, whereas in my head, knowing that the 8 ball doesn't have to be made in a called pocket, I'm going to fire it at 100 miles an hour just to try and get it in a pocket somewhere. But again, when you've been playing a certain way so long, it's probably in his head, well, I don't need to fire this because if I make it in the wrong pocket, I lose.
Right, exactly.
Not necessarily that he doesn't know the rules, but that it doesn't click when you're thinking about it in the match.
I mean, I've just noticed he's doing a cut break because, you know, we know that Justin's not probably the best breaker in the world, but doing a cut break is obviously giving him more options. He's got a nice little spread there.
Yeah, you know, when he was playing a lot of people considered him probably the best American player, if not more than that.
After the break?
There was a lot of times where his break was the downfall of his game in tournaments and stuff like that. So, not to say he doesn't know how to break. It's just that his break isn't always successful. It's not as consistent as the rest of his game.
Sure.
And to be fair, you have to spend a lot of time to figure out a break. It's not something that you can do in 2 weeks' time. The best breakers in the world are putting in hours on the break.
It's the most important shot of the game.
Yeah.
At that level.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, and it's not just making a ball, it's getting a decent spread. You know, sometimes you're going to get clustered areas maybe, but at least you've got a good opening ball that you can, you know, start your work.
Yeah.
So he's nicely on the stripes, and just got to find this little window. Just so he'll be taking the 11 ball. I should imagine the 15, and finish off with the 14. You know, it's like my number.
I was just about to say, I'm proud of you, sir, because you called everything. Don't worry, when I eventually come over to England, you're going to get to give me all the terminology that I don't know.
So it looks like it's going to shape the 8 ball into the same pocket.
Used all the pocket there. The slick cloth is going to help him. Justin here going up 3-1 after he makes this 8 ball.
Yeah, he's not really done much wrong. I mean, Matlock's missed a couple of balls, costly as well. And then after missing that 8 ball, we have the sometimes what you call the pool gods, where if you got the break next, you have a dry break or scratch break or do a foul break.
Yeah, he definitely needs the.
So we've had a reverse. What do you call a break? What do you call it? Do you call it a reverse run?
So we would call that. So when the term was created, it was all opponent rack. Your opponent racked the balls for you.
Right.
Rack your own and ref racking didn't really become a big thing as far as the amateur scene until probably the last 10 or 15 years. So it would be called a rack and run.
Right.
I think you guys call it a reverse dish.
Yeah.
So we have a break and run and a rack and run. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense anymore because a lot of places you play rack your own.
Yeah.
So, you technically every rack is a rack and run rather than a break and run. But, yeah, it's just old terminology. So we would call it a rack and run or just a full clearance.
That was a nice shot there from Matlock there.
Yeah, he's very creative. Something that I just read from a friend of mine, Mr. Joey Gray, who couldn't be here today. He was gonna. Oh no!
He's the potting in this match is just letting him down. He's getting all the shape with his cue ball. It's just the potting side.
That's a rough situation there. So, Joey Gray, who was supposed to be here, he couldn't be here today. Unfortunately, because I know he wanted to, but he is watching at home, and he watched the match with Sophia and David Matlock, and Sophia made a very nice post on Facebook. She did, she thought she did really well. Matlock played amazing. He was very creative, and Joey Gray said something. He said, "I've been battling David Matlock since I was your age," and I believe Joey's close to my age, around 35, 36 years old.
Okay.
So David's been around a long time, and Joey said that David's one of the most creative players he's ever seen, and it's true. It really is.
Yeah, and I feel like he sees it easily as well. He's not
struggling to see it all.
He's not standing there. Sort of like putting his cue and checking the angles. He kind of like just knows where it is. He's. I could picture if reading a book about American pool. There's a picture of Matlock, like just knowing all the stuff.
Yeah.
That's how I kind of see it.
Well, and this is a very unfortunate situation for David Matlock.
Yeah.
But Justin Bergman, of course, we can't tune him out because he plays so well. We saw him in Kansas City, and he took a tough loss to. Who did he lose to?
Chris.
Did he lose to Chris Melling? He did in the semifinals. So Justin looking for, he wants to win here. He's fresh back in the pool, and I've talked to him a little bit, and he's really enjoying this pool, this ultimate pool, international 8-ball rules, the competition. He's really enjoying it. So I think winning this event would really put the spark back in him.
Yeah, I mean it's great to see. I mean, I was talking to Gabe outside the rec room as we're here after he lost to Matlock, and we were just talking about pool in general, and he said about how ultimate pool, he's loving the format. It's exciting, and he said something which was very, to me, this is what it's all about. What he said that, I don't know if he said it as a friend or family member or whatnot, that they've come watching a match and not knowing the tactics of 8 ball, because sometimes the tactics is like chess compared to 9 ball. Right?
Yeah, of course.
And just watching like the match clock, the 30 seconds into the 15 seconds, it's the excitement is they love it so much.
Yeah,
it's
also easy to follow.
Right.
Even with being A-ball and being the strategic side, it's easy to follow with this rule set. And as a player, I love a tactical battle, and I love when a player is allowed to truly think things through and come up with the most creative and constructive solve to a puzzle, But there's something to be said about putting the pressure of the clock on them and making them think fast. Right. That's something that David said in our interview. I asked him, how he was feeling it and how he felt about it. He says, well, it still makes me nervous. My heart beats, but it's a game where you got to think fast, and I think fast. I like to think fast, so he said that's why I think I'm doing as well as I have today.
Well, and if you've got that ability, you don't have time to map out your finish. You just kind of got to have a quick look and go from there, really.
Yeah, and Justin could have been anywhere else because he's kind of stuck on the top of the 8 ball. He's going to send the cue ball for a ride. Watch outside pocket.
No, he's good. He's playing some good stuff here. He's playing some good stuff. He's doing what he has to do. Like, Matlock's making misses, and Justin's just mopping them up.
Well, David Matlock, no matter what happens here, whether he makes a huge comeback and wins or Justin wins the next rack, David Matlock has not only come out and said, hey, I'm not finished yet, but he's also made a statement. He's 1 round higher than he was in Kansas City. And I fully believe that wherever we end up next, we're going to see David Matlock there.
Sure.
As well as Justin Bergman.
Yeah, I hope so. I think the shootout for American Pool is great.
Yeah, it's a fun format. And like we've talked about, me and Mr. Jameson said in the beginning that this is a format not for you guys. It's a format for us, the guys who like to watch it.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not made, the shootout specifically, it's not made for y'all. And it puts y'all in a weird situation because y'all are playing a game for us. But it's so much fun to watch. It's so exciting.
So Dave didn't really connect them well, but for some reason they actually split it okay. The one of the balls, I think it was the 4 ball, kind of hit the point and went up the rail. But he's going to go about his business, and we've still got 12 minutes on the clock. Although it's raced to 6, and he's 5-1 down.
He's not what we'd call dead in the water yet.
No.
He still has an opportunity, but it's going to depend a lot on... Oh, no.
What happened?
We've got an all-ball foul, so...
Did he touch a ball with his...
I think referee Mark Goff said he may have touched the 5 ball.
Right.
Very unfortunate. We'll see if maybe we can see that again here in a minute, I'm sure. Mark is very good. All of our refs are good, obviously, but Mark and Scott that are here with us, they're very, very smart, and they're very they know what to look for. So if Mark called the foul, it was definitely a foul.
And it looks like that Bergman's going to run these out, and it is in a way it's kind of like a shame, because you will say that Matlock and Jordan have given us an entertainment in the previous round. I don't know if it's burnt them out. I'm not too sure, but they've been on the losing side of their match respectively.
It might also just be that their opponents have played really good.
As well as that, of course. Tom looked really good.
This is going to be the first match that finishes before we get to a 15-second. Oh, there we go, and we see the concession.
Well, what a match there, guys. We'll get a word with Mr. Bergman. He will be playing Tom Cousins for the title, the trophy, and a little bit of cash here in just a few minutes. We'll go talk with him. Thank you, guys. We'll be right back.
Welcome back in, everybody. Our thanks to Stephen and Justin. But in the meantime, just before we go to our final, and give Justin a bit of a breather and a chance to catch his breath, we're going to have a chat with the Ultimate Pool USA CEO. He's Scott Ryan. Scott, a very good evening to you, first of all.
Lovely to see you, JMO. Have you been enjoying the shootout?
I have. I really have. And it's always enjoyable. We know that. But the way tonight's unfolded has been particularly special. But we'll come to that in a moment. I wanted to ask you, how are you finding Colorado so far?
Well, I've been here for the last couple of weeks, and I've got to say, Colorado has kind of stolen a piece of my heart with kind of how wonderful the people have been. And you know, I've visited so many pool rooms across Colorado, met some wonderful people, went out and watched some league nights, seeing the Ultimate Pool Leagues play out, and you know what, it's been terrific, and you know, I can't thank the people of Colorado enough for the hospitality. It's been amazing.
Yeah, and this is what Ultimate Pool USA is all about, isn't it? For those who are watching at home, these open events are wonderful to put on, and they're great for all the players that can come play in them. But that's not really what the heart and soul of Ultimate Pool USA is about, is it? It is about those league nights. It's for the players.
Well, I mean, literally. I mean, it's for kind of the guys who like to come out, have a beer on a league night and enjoy their pool, and you know, for every ability, you know, you've got a place to come where you can have, you know, you can have this shootout format pretty much, you know, in your local league every time you play with Ultimate Pool. So
we won't put you on 15 seconds.
No,
don't
definitely
worry.
not the 15-second shot clock. But no, it's been fantastic to go out to these venues and watch people play in the Ultimate Pool leagues, having a great time. You know, and you know, even speaking to players who were like, I didn't think I could cope with a shot clock, but actually it's making me think a little bit clearer. So for me to watch that in action, you know, live, you know, it was really humbling, and I can honestly say this, and you know this, James. I've been around the world watching pool, you know, for a long time. It's hard to top America. It's hard to top the spirit and the, you know, the love of the game, and it is a pure love of the game. And you know what we're trying to bring with the Ultimate Pool Leagues is we're trying to give something back to the players, and you know, forget organisations, forget anything. It is the players that make this game so special, and I'm not just talking about the professionals. I'm talking about your average Joes who go out there and play pool on a league night. Listen, they're the heart and soul of the game, and it's just fantastic to bring Ultimate Pool Leagues to America to kind of give something back to the, you know, the people that for me are the heart and soul of the game.
Yeah, for sure. And with that in mind, we're here in Colorado. It's the Colorado Open, Junior Open, Women's Open Shootout. I wanted to ask you in particular about Dave Matlock. Obviously, we've just seen him being beaten by Justin Bergman in the semi-final. The reason why I wanted to bring him up is because you've got a guy there who there's nothing in this game that he's not seen or done. He's been around decades, but he had a taste of Ultimate Pool USA in Kansas City, in his home state, in his home city, and he loved it so much. He was one of the first to sign up for Colorado. He's been there, seen it, done it. One of the legends of the sport, and all of a sudden he sees this and goes, "Oh, I like this." How much of a boost is that for you and the whole team here at Ultimate Pool USA for what you guys are doing?
Listen, I just want to say this, and you know, David is a legendary figure in the United States. Make no mistake about it. You know, I'm a bit of a pool historian. I knew all about Dave Matlock, you know, long before I come to the USA with Ultimate Pool USA. But I can honestly say this, and you know me very well, Jamie. You know me for a long time. I'm no fanboy. But I tell you what, I am a fanboy of David Matlock, and I can honestly say this, anytime, and he's just sat over there right now, anytime David Matlock wants to come back and play at an Ultimate Pool USA event, he's here forever. I mean, you know, I've just spoke to him afterwards, and like, I got a thrill speaking to him. He said, I'm 70 years old and I'm just warming up. I mean, this guy, you know, he's an absolute legend of the game, and America, you know, he's an American legend, and for me, it's just a thrill to watch him. And I actually felt like a fanboy watching him and talking to him after the game.
And to that end, how much confidence does it give you in what you and the team are trying to do here, which is It is a big team effort.
Yeah.
And it's almost a vote of confidence in a way, isn't it?
It is. I mean, when you've got when you've got somebody like Dave Matlock, who's 70 years old, and he was really kind. He said, you know what, playing this format has given me a new lease of life in terms of playing pool. I mean, that's the biggest buzz. I mean, if you heard the roar of the crowd during the Jordan Shepherd Chris Melling match, it was fantastic. And to be honest with you, look, let's be honest. We've got a massive. It's happened. Justin Bergman, an unbelievably great American player who's kind of gone off the radar, over a period. He's back. He's playing, and the guy's enjoying himself out there. And you know what? This final, we've got Tom Cousins, who, let's be honest, he's done something special.
About him, yeah.
Well, he's done something special, in Europe, which is, he's pretty much been dominant in terms of that. But listen, we've got Justin Bergman here, and I'll tell you what, I think Tom Cousins has got it all to do to beat Justin Bergman, because Justin Bergman is back, and I'm so delighted that we could give him the platform to come back to.
Loads to be excited about, loads to be optimistic about, and that's what we like to hear. But we are now going to get us two out of the arena, because we want to get our match on ultimately, and the shootout final is coming up for you in just a second. It will be Tom Cousins versus Justin Bergman. It's got a touch of the Mosconi's about it. It's Europe versus USA, and it should be an absolute belter. It's next.
The Kansas City Shootout champion is eliminated at the semi-final stage.
Ultimate Pool USA presents the Ultimate Pool USA League Grand Finals. You and your team climb the leaderboards for a shot of winning the $100,000 first prize. Survive the heart-pounding formats of match and shot clocks. Deliver for your teammates when it matters most. Track your progress with Ultimate Pool Score. All roads lead to the Grand Finals in October 2025, and your chance to claim a $100,000 first your journey now and sign up to your local Ultimate Pool USA League. Ultimate Pool USA, for the players.
My brake tip is completely different from everything that is on the market. It combines the qualities of like a playing tip with a super powerful tip. It's like a tip on the steroids. You can open with less power and still have spin and split the pack perfectly, but you can go for the power braking and you still have control. You just need to know how to do it. A lot of players that they told me that because they use so less power on braking, they can focus on accuracy. And the rack always splits the way they want. And because they are not using the power, they keep that accuracy and its reliability. I believe that when you're going to buy something, you need to believe on it and buy it perfectly. And on my side, what I believe is, if I'm going to offer you something, it needs to be better than I was expecting me for buying itself. The increases it's fantastic. It's super good. And they are consistent. They still have power or more power than the normal tips, and they last. And that's what I want. It really feeds me on. When people say thanks and they like the product and they are happy, I feel joy to myself. It's not really just proud, it's just joy. I feel happy.
It all comes down to this. Tom Cousins breaks off, scratches to kick off the Colorado Shootout final. A less than ideal start for Top Cat. Justin Bergman arises in the blue corner.
I tell you what, this event has been incredible. We've seen so many ups and downs, but the constant all the way through has been Tom Cousins and Justin Bergman. And they both have a style. Tom comes in and he beats up on his opponents. He doesn't give them a chance. He took the Kansas City Open champion and really put a beating on him. Justin Bergman, his strategy, not strategy, but his consistency is he starts slow, he makes some mistakes, and then he comes out and he fires non-stop until he wins. This is going to be an interesting match.
Yeah, they've been the two safest bets so far today. That's a very well judged shot from Justin Bergman.
And you know, enough can't be said about David Matlock and the creativity that he's shown. Enough can't be said about Jordan Shepard and the excitement over his 6-ball shootout and the impending match that he had with Tom Cousins, Sophia Mast, Cleve Thompson, everybody involved in the shootout. Ricky Evans starting off hot again. Everything has been incredible, and every player that played in this shootout is immaculate. They really are.
Yeah, it's delivered in a big way here in Colorado today. And the best news for you watching at home is we've still got 2 more days of competition here. This is a one-day event, the Shootout. It's our fun event, taken very seriously, but with a degree of for the fans about it. The serious business starts tomorrow with the Colorado Open and the Colorado Women's and Junior Opens as well. We'll see action.
Yeah, and if you have any players that you know are here and you'd like to see how they're doing, ultimatepoolusa.com/live-scoring. That's going to give you the brackets for everybody. We've had a couple open round matches. We've had a women's round, and the juniors start tomorrow. So lots of players in town, and clearly, by the sound of that, lots of players here supporting this finals. Justin Bergman takes rack number 1 after a scratch off the break from Top Cat Tom Cousins.
Yeah, pretty flawless start from Justin Bergman, who will really have his eye in now. Third match of the evening. was really, really impressive in his quarterfinal. I covered that match and just thought he just looked so comfortable. Really, really impressive. Didn't really make a mistake in the entire game in that quarterfinal. Started a little slow against Dave Matlock in the semi until taking over. But once he had, there was no stopping him. Ball in the break, couple of balls in the break made for the Iceberg, and well, you've got to be pretty happy with this leave if you're Justin Bergman.
And I'll tell you what, Stephen, there's probably 100, maybe 120 people in here, and there's a whole pool hall past this arena, and I don't think there's might be but 4 or 5 people that are past the arena. Everybody is crowded around to watch this finals, as they should be.
Yeah, Justin just taking a moment there. He could have played that shot, but elected to use his extension. Wants to be a touch more comfortable. Get the sense from speaking to Justin that he's not quite where he wants to be yet in terms of how good he knows his game can be, but he said to me earlier he feels he's at 90%. Well, it's a pretty good level when your 100% is world class.
Yeah, and we talked a little bit about it in the interview. Just his level of comfortability is increasing, and obviously he says he's always liked 8-ball, and he loves the excitement factor of this. He stopped me after the Chris Melling Jordan Shepard match, and he looked at me and he goes, "Man, that was intense." And I said, yeah, it is. And he goes, "I hope I don't have to do that." But I have a feeling that even though his demeanor may not show it, I feel like he's having fun again. And that's something that a lot of pro pool players, that can be a real thing, is burnout. So being able to see him back in it, it's really exciting. And clearly when he plays as good as he does, it's nice to see that.
Yeah, and you can gauge how much respect and admiration that Justin Bergman has when you just speak to anybody in the room, really. There's guys and girls in here who, grew up watching Justin Bergman. Probably makes him feel a little old, but I'm sure he doesn't mind too much. And then, you've got world-class players who really treat him like one of their own.
Yeah, and there's something else to be said about some of these players that are coming out to play in the Open and the women's and the juniors. That's not an entirely pro field. There are some people who just like to get out there and play the tournament, and experience what it is. So there may be some newer fans who aren't familiar with Justin, but when they see him on the table, it can't not be impressive if you've ever played pool to see what he does, to see what players like him do. So it's always cool to see a new fan happen. And I think we have some new fans here in Colorado for Justin Bergman and Tom Cousins and quite a few other players.
So a perfect start for Justin Bergman. He leads by 2-0. Tom Cousins really hasn't had much of a go yet.
Yeah, well, he's going to have one now, and he's going to be a little frustrated after the last break, but time to put that out of your head and get your advantage back.
Well, the break has been the big question for Tom today. Spoke to him a little bit about it. And for the second game in a row on his break, he scratches. And look at how many balls he's taken off the table here. That's just all about cue ball control. The power and the timing in this is perfect. Absolutely deadly break. And yet, the cue ball down. And, I mean, if you're Justin Bergman here, this is manna from heaven.
Well,
it does not get any more of a roadmap clearance than this.
You have 3 balls to make and then the 8-ball. Tom Cousins made 4 solids on that break.
It's not often I look at a layout and think, I could get these.
Well, I've seen you play, and it's not an exaggeration. You could get those because that's how good that layout was.
Cheers, mate.
You hit the ball okay.
I hit the ball. 3-0 incoming to Justin Bergman.
And that's really just, Tom's got to feel pretty rough about that.
Yeah,
huge break.
And he will, and it's a strange thing. Tom's been so dominant for a couple of years now in Europe in English 8-ball, and one of the reasons why he's so dominant is his break is spectacular. It is effortlessly excellent, relentlessly good, and I've seen him scratch more today than I have done in the past 2 years combined, I think. It just doesn't happen. It's such a rarity, but it is a completely different shot in English pool to American pool, and that little intangible is something he's still figuring out, and it's not the weapon that he needs it to be. Once he's at open table, he can mix it with the best of them, but the break has not been his friend so far. It's certainly been Justin Bergman's.
When for the longest time, a ton of people in the United States would say that Justin Bergman was the best player out there after the break, and meaning that his break wasn't that good. But he's having success here in this Ultimate Pool USA format with the 8-ball in the spot and just the way the break happens. He's had good success. The only downfall he had was in Kansas City, was his break.
Yeah, the break let him
down. I think he's found it. I think he's found a comfortability, at least here in Denver.
Yeah, and it's one of those things, it's not like a 9-ball break. You can't completely guarantee success every single time. There's no sweet spot which you can repeat. So there is an element of just luck, and that's always going to be the game in 8-ball. For Justin so far, he's hit them good, he's kept the cue ball safe, and he's made balls. That's all you can ask.
And just a minute ago before the break, they had the camera on Justin, on his face, on his facial features, and he actually had a little bit of a grin on his face, which
he's enjoyed himself.
Which is something I haven't seen him do too much. But you can really tell he's having fun, which is fun for me as a player, as a fan. It's fun for me to see him enjoying what he's doing, because I know I'm enjoying it. So he definitely should be. He deserves that.
That's a lovely shot.
I mean, how good do you hit him here? I think he's just going to stun this ball up forward and shoot the 11 in the top left if he can't see the top right after he makes this team ball.
Just run a little bit far. That's the first loose one, properly loose one from Justin Bergman.
If the 11 ball goes past the 2-6, which I think it does, he might take it now and just stun off the rail.
Yeah, this is a reroute.
Adaptability is a big thing for 8-ball. You have to be able to adapt to the table layout, and Justin has done it pretty well so far.
Yeah, that wasn't his greatest ever shot. It wiped its feet a little, but he's okay.
Well, and that's a good solid stroke there to get through the ball. And in Justin Bergman fashion, he calls the side pocket and makes the ball.
Yeah, some habits die hard. It's worth pointing out. He doesn't need to do that, but he's also not going to be penalised for it either.
Well, the good news is as long as he keeps doing that, let him call that 8-ball all day, because we're really seeing a clinic put on by Justin Bergman.
Well, he ain't missing, is he? It's a pretty impressive start, and he races into a 4-zip lead. Tom Cousins has not played a shot in open table yet. He's had 2 breaks, he's scratched them both, and he's sat in his chair and got a front row seat to Justin Bergman putting on a clinic, as Stephen Wyatt quite rightly says. can Tom Cousins find his break? He needs something here.
Anything but a scratch. As long as the ball goes down, we're going to get to see a little bit of Top Cat.
And he's under it here. He is bang under it.
I think the 15 will play off the 2 ball if he likes the stripes. I'm not sure he does.
No, I think it's going to be solids. The 1 ball's an issue on solids. It's a big issue. It's a confident first shot in open table when you're 4-0 down. And your first shot in open table, you got a rattle into the side pocket from the kitchen like that. Played that well.
The 1 ball goes from that spot right there. I think it slides past the 10, but he's just going to move it anyways. He says, I don't need to shoot it now. I can just move it to where it's easier. That's a good shot there by Tom.
Yeah, but it's still awkward.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to have to play the 4 into the side and then use the 3 to the 2 as either a combo or he can go off the rail. I think the combo is the right shot. The 1 ball is the question. Oh, he's actually going underneath. I'm not sure I'm in love with this.
I think it gives him options. That 1 ball's still a big problem. I think
the 1 ball
it only goes to the bottom left.
Yeah, it doesn't pass to the bottom right. I think this is a mistake here by Tom. He may be able to get out of it, and if he does, I will swallow my pride. But I think that might have not been the correct shot.
Oh, I like it.
And I'll be the first to say, if he makes this 1 ball and gets out, it was always the right shot because it doesn't matter.
Yeah, and how well played was that as well. Tell you what, that was not an easy finish for Tom Cousins. His first opportunity in open table, and it was a real tough one. And he's taken it out very, very impressively. And he's just told Justin Bergman there that he's here and just isn't going to be able to coast all the way through to a victory here. He's going to have to earn it. And I'm sure Justin knew that already, but racing into a 4-0 lead, he's all smiles. He'd be forgiven for thinking this is all coming pretty easy to him. Tom Cousins just serves him a notice to say, don't forget, you better keep playing well.
Well, and I think at this point, Justin is feeling so comfortable on the table. If he continues to have a successful break, Tom simply can't get back into this game.
It does become a little bit down to the break now, you would expect.
Yeah, Justin needing just 2, and Tom needs them all. See how it happens. Well, Justin's break has really been on point.
Yep, sledges it.
This is a rack where you look at it at first glance and it looks a little messy. I actually don't think it is. The 4 plays to the 5. The 7 has a pocket. The 1 has a pocket. It looks a little messy, but I think Justin's going to clean it up pretty nicely.
Yeah, I think you're right.
His biggest issue is simply having a good angle on the 3 ball. I think he can work towards it here by getting to the 1. Yeah, this is
helped a lot that he was able to cheat so much pocket there and move the cue ball so far around the table.
Yeah. Load it up with side spin and let her rip, as my friend Joey Gray used to say. I like this here. Justin kind of slowing his pace down. That last rack he ran through. He's kind of slowing his pace down. getting himself into a mindset, and then just executing what he needs to execute. It really is like surgery watching him move the cue ball sometimes. And could have used a little more on that one. If he can see enough of it, I think he's got to take the 3 here and just take his medicine on the 2 ball.
Yeah, I think he's straight enough on the 3 to not give himself too difficult a shot on the 2.
Yeah, this is all about pace. And bumping into the 8 ball was always a good thing.
Or is it? Does that 8 ball go past the 12?
I think it does.
Yeah, he played with fire a little bit there, though. It's come out okay.
And judging by the way he's coming at this ball, I think it definitely passes.
Yeah.
It's probably close, so there's always a chance that he could nick the 12, but
he's got the perfect line here to just, yeah, stun up the line. He's right behind it, and, you know, don't want to lay the curse on him, but he's never missing these.
Solid shot. And the crowd is behind Justin Bergman.
No surprise either. Such a popular figure.
Well, not only that, but let's look at the facts. This will be the first American to win an Ultimate Pool USA Shootout, and nobody, in my opinion, deserves it more than the guy you're looking at on the screen. Justin Bergman really playing well and deserves what he's probably about to get.
Yeah, Louisiana in the Open and the Shootout events. 2 English winners, Darren Appleton and Chris Melling. In Kansas City, Jordan Shepherd and Chris Melling.
Yeah, and that's something that he'll be able to take away that nobody else can ever have. I have a friend of mine from back home. She was in the very first 6-ball shootout for the ladies in Louisiana. She'll hold that forever, and she appreciates it. Well, Justin Bergman is likely about to be able to hold the fact that he is the first American to win an Ultimate Pool USA event, because he's at the table on the hill against Tom Cousins in the Colorado Shootout.
Well, Tom Cousins will feel pretty sore about this. He'll feel like he hasn't even been in a game. He said 1 visit to the table and he's taken it out. His breaks have deserted him at the worst possible time. Take nothing away from what Justin Bergman has produced on the table. It's been pretty imperious. This could be the final game of the evening.
Probably feels quite a lot like Tyrell Blowers felt this morning against Chris Melling. Just simply never got the opportunities to get out in front. But these guys they can take the punch and get back up, because tomorrow morning Tom will continue his Open run, and I'm sure we will see him throughout tomorrow and probably Sunday as well. It's not over yet. Let's not count our chickens, but man, it looks really good for the Iceberg.
It looked better a second ago.
I think he's still got the 4 in the side, and I think when he does that, I think he'll be able to get shape on one of these balls. The 5 is a little tricky, and the 1 is a little tricky, but how do you fault the guy that's played almost faultless so far?
Yeah, this right here is one of his, inverted commas, worst shots, and he's still pretty much in perfect position.
Got a little bump there, and I think that bump is actually pretty good. It's just a matter of, can he get to the 5 ball? And if he can he use the 5 to get to the 1? Justin's very good at those touch shots, but we're going to see him Just fade up to the rail and back. Can he see the 1? Can he see the 5?
Yeah, he's almost there. He knows he's in good position. He just needs to make sure he's got a little bit of time to do that. So he's just going to dot the I's, cross the T's.
Oh, and likely Justin Bergman, for the second time tonight, is going to never see the 15-second shot clock.
He won't be too upset about that. What a performance it's been. Have to feel a little for Tom Cousins. He will feel that he's not really taken part in this final. But sometimes in this game it's all about getting your chances and taking them, and how well has Justin Bergman done that in this game. He's one good shot away.
Yeah, and talking to Justin before the match, he said, you know, I watched 2 matches of Tom's. He said, obviously he's a great player. Not taking anything away from him. Tom has played really well, and I'm excited to see more of him, but really the performance by Justin has just been, it's really been fantastic.
Well, I said he had one more good shot to play. He's got another one because he's short on this 8, but you cannot expect Justin Bergman to be missing this with the form he has shown in this final. Tom Cousins will be back, I'm sure.
You got to go out with a little style, right?
This for the title for the Iceberg. And Justin Bergman climbs atop the mountain once again.
Wow.
In the Mile High City, Justin Bergman is on top of the world. The Colorado Shootout champion will be crowned. Tom Cousins defeated. Justin Bergman will claim Ultimate Pool USA gold when we return.
Ultimate Pool USA presents the Ultimate Pool USA League Grand Finals. You and your team climb the leaderboards. for a shot of winning the $100,000 first prize. Survive the heart-pounding formats of match and shot clocks.
Welcome back, everybody, for the final time today here in the mile-high city of Denver, Colorado. We're at the Rec Room Underground for the Colorado Shootout presentation. An absolutely awesome day. Loved this competition. It continues to deliver in a really, really big way. We'd like everyone here at the Rec Room to put their hands together for your Colorado Shootout runner-up, Tom Cousins. Come on up, mate. Strange one, TC, because I said it on commentary, you'll probably feel that you haven't really been involved in the final in a way, because you had one chance at open table, you took out a lovely finish, and that was all you really had a chance to do.
Yeah, I mean, I can't complain. Got to the final, which is a good achievement on my first attempt. Didn't make any mistakes, and yeah, he played class and deserved to win.
It's one of those, isn't it? It can be a very, very cruel game, Paul, at times. You've not really experienced much of that in the last couple of years, I know, with the success that you've had, but you know how this game goes sometimes, and that just sometimes is the way.
Yeah, I've done that plenty of times to people, and when it happens to me, you just got to take it on the chin and move on to tomorrow.
Looking forward to the Open?
Yeah, like I said earlier, I love playing the game. Great venue, so yeah, looking forward to it.
Well, good luck for that, Tom. Been a pleasure to watch you today. Well played, mate. Tom Cousins, everybody. As for our winner, well, a very, very popular winner, I can tell you. That is a fact. Welcome back to the top of the mountain, Justin Bergman. That's a pretty big cheer, mate. That must mean an awful lot.
Oh yeah, it means the world to me, for sure.
You've been out of the game for a little while. You've come back with Ultimate Pool USA. You've played a couple of tournaments, and what was really noticeable, especially tonight, was it looked like you were just having so much fun out there.
Yeah, I was so nervous. I don't know. It looked like I was having fun, really. I don't know. I mean, I played good, so, you know, when you play good, you look like you're having fun, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, there's probably a little bit to that. I mean, the way you played in the quarterfinal, I asked you afterwards, and you felt you were sort of 90% where you want your game to be. That was what you said to me. That final must have been pretty close to 100, because it was pretty faultless.
Yeah, I mean, I had all the opportunities. He got really unlucky and gave me all the chances, and I capitalized. So.
And what does this all mean to you? Because we know how good a player you are. You can hear from the reaction just how pleased people are for you. But what does this title mean to you?
Oh man, I haven't won a tournament in so long. So yeah, it feels great. Yeah.
Well, should we get you your first Ultimate Pool USA trophy?
Yeah.
Let's do it. Let's bring in the president of Ultimate Pool USA, Jordan Chavouche, to make the presentations. Justin Bergman, you are the Colorado Shootout champion. Let's hear it, everybody, for Justin Bergman. Come on, Justin, let's lift that trophy high, mate.
Lift it up, baby.
Thank you so much for joining us on the coverage today. Justin Bergman finally gets one in the books for USA. And we're back tomorrow morning as the Colorado Open begins aplenty. We'll see you then.